Primary debate Saturday at 7 on News 10.
You are looking live at the sold-out Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Our weather, ideal. As we welcome you to the Rose Bowl game against USC in the granddaddy of them all. The Illini fans have arrived in force. Orange is prominent throughout Southern California and especially here in Pasadena. But the USC Trojans making an unprecedented 6th straight BCS Bowl appearance. They will see if they can make it back-to-back Rose Bowl game victories. The 4th Rose Bowl in the last 5 years for Pete Carroll and the Trojans. And from out of nowhere, the Fighting Illini under Coach Ron Zook have arrived here in Pasadena. They're a 2-touchdown underdog. But we have just seen one underdog rise up in Orlando. Will we see a second one from the Big Ten here this afternoon in Pasadena? Another spectacular scene here. Juice Williams, weight on his shoulders today as the Illini quarterback from Vocational High School in Chicago, the same school that produced one Dick Butkus. And their great all Big Ten linebacker, Lehman. The captains, John David Booty on the right, missed 3 games with a broken finger, but has come back so strong since. And the captains will go out to midfield. They will be met by Emeril Lagasse, our Grand Marshal, and he'll kick this coin toss up a notch.
Doing good, fellas. Let's shake hands, guys. Fellas, I want to introduce to you the president of the Tournament of Roses, Mr. C.L. Keedy, and his son, C.L., and Grand Marshal Emeril Lagasse, and his son, E.J.
Great game, guys.
President Keedy, do you have the coin? Fellas, this is a special coin. Illinois on one side, USC on the other. Mr. Lagasse is going to toss the coin and let it fall, and whatever team's logo comes up will have won the toss. Emeril? USC has won the toss. You have your choice now or at the start of the second half. You're going to defer? You're going to defer. USC has won the toss. They will defer till the second half. You want the ball? Where would you like to kick from? Put your backs to this goal. You fellas put your backs to this goal. Illinois will be receiving. Okay, guys, have a good game.
Dennis Hennigan of the Big East presiding, and this production available on ABC HD presented by Olivia. The Spanish language version of today's Rose Bowl game presented by ESPN Deportes. To access the Spanish language telecast, press the SAP button. Well, we welcome you to what has already been an exciting New Year's Day. And by the way, Happy New Year from Kirk Herbstreit and Brett Musburger. We welcome you here now to another Rose Bowl game. Let's start with Juice Williams. We mentioned him when he was down on the field. Can he do to this defense what he did to the Buckeyes in Columbus?
Juice Williams is the point guard of this offense, this entire team. The confidence that Juice gained in the last 3 games, in particular the Ohio State performance in Columbus, essential for that to carry over into this game. His ability to not only run out of the zone read option attack, but more importantly, his ability to throw will be very important for Illinois to stay in this football game.
Kirk, on the other side, the Trojans are as healthy as they've been in recent weeks, certainly since early in the season. What about John David Booty and that injured finger?
I think USC is excited to showcase this team. This is the team that I think a lot of people expected to see at the beginning of the year. They got healthy late in the year, and they finally started to live up to some of the preseason hype. And John David Booty, injured against Stanford, tried to play through it, had the big turnovers, and came back to play very well against Arizona State. This SC team comes in on a roll.
Ron Zook, Coach of the Year in many of those polls. And look at first 2 seasons, 4-19. And one of the great turnarounds in Big Ten history, 9-3. And on the other side, of course, a man who has done so much in establishing, reestablishing, if you will, the USC winning tradition here with the men of Troy. So the Illini will have the ball first. David Beeler will kick it off for the Trojans. Aurelius Ben, their outstanding freshman, and Vontae Davis, both from the Washington area. This one's going to sail into the end zone and come on out on the 20-yard line. Now, when Juice runs that read option, Kirk, who does it put pressure on the defense?
Well, it's going to put pressure on the defensive ends from USC, Lawrence Jackson and Kyle Moore, because they are the guy most often that Juice will be reading. But people that have not seen Juice Williams play tonight, you'll see a quarterback that has a physical style of running. He's not Pat White in West Virginia or Dennis Dixon of Oregon. He will run the football, but run through arm tackles as opposed to running by secondary and linebacker play from USC.
Opening up in the shotgun. Checking the sideline to see if the play is going to be changed. The first 15 plays are scripted. Mendenhall, the big-time running back, gets the first carry, and he gashes it. About 16 yards, he gashed the right side of that defensive front before Mays could bring him down. 16 yards official.
Well, Mendenhall is a back that has Pete Carroll's attention. Talking to him prior to this game on the field, look at the vision and the ability to cut back. The play is designed to go to the right. He puts his foot in the ground and cuts back for a big gain here for the Illini.
And the defensive end was much too aggressive. Kyle Moore slashed in on that play. They took advantage of that and ran right at him. Now Juice throws the swing out here. And here is Ben touching the ball. And let us bring in an actor you're going to see on ABC later tonight. Great sports fans, especially of Chicago teams, Jim Belushi, to introduce the lineup.
Illinois' spread offense is led by dual-threat sophomore quarterback Juice Williams. His main target will be wide receiver Big Ten Freshman Player of the Year Aurelius Ben. At running back, Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year Rashard Mendenhall. Now, leading the offensive line, 4-year starter Martin O'Donnell, left tackle. Sounds like a winning combination to me.
And that lineup is presented by Taco Bell, and there is the option look. Mendenhall for a couple of yards as that great defense settles in. Kerry Harris comes up from the cornerback position, and Jim watching here. A huge crowd on hand for this Rose Bowl game.
Nothing quite as spectacular as watching a game here in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl. These teams have waited. You see the sea of orange that has made their way out from Champaign in the Chicago area in the state of Illinois.
So after that opening burst, the SC defense settles in, and now it'll be 3rd and 10 for Juice. Must get the ball downfield. Brought down hard by that defensive rush Moala and Lawrence Jackson. Big number 96. Lawrence Jackson, all Pac-10. He'll be playing Sunday football next year.
Moala gets in there as well, the right defensive tackle. This is what Illinois has to avoid. 3rd and long. With the zone read attack, you get into 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 8 or longer. It allows SC to pin their ears back and put the pressure on Juice.
Joe McKnight, the fabulous freshman, awaits this punt. He could be electric, and he is hit. Immediately spins away and is down. Fine coverage by the special team. And John David Booty coming out his last game as a USC Trojan, and had a very disappointing middle part of the season when he broke that finger, but he has come on so strong. And a year ago against Michigan, 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, this is his game. He wants to go out a winner. Very intelligent. 23 starts coming into this football game, and just a guy who almost acts as if he's an offensive coordinator because he has seen so much as a USC signal caller.
They're going to spread the field, and they're going to start McKnight at the same time. He's a fabulous receiver. They're going to bunch 3 on the right. Steve Sarkisian, the offensive coordinator, wants to see if they can go downfield right away. He's going to swing it outside to the freshman, and he slips, and it'll be 2nd and 10. Let's bring in a former Trojan great, Matt Leinart, to introduce the offense.
The Trojan offense is led by senior quarterback John David Booty. The Trojan tailbacks have been banged up this season, but Chauncey Washington is healthy and ready to go. And let's not forget Fred Davis, the John Mackey Award winner for the best tight end in the nation. The offensive line is anchored by 3-time All-American left tackle Sam Baker.
And Chauncey is on the field right now for this snap. Play fake to him. Booty comes up firing again to the tight end. Davis won the Mackey Award and picks up the 1st down. Crosses the 45-yard line.
Well, this is what you have to be careful of. Defending USC is action away. The defense gets occupied with that action. Booty comes back, and when the corner Davis clears, look at the opening out here in the flat. A very easy throw for Booty to make, and all the room in the world for one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end in the country, in Freddie Davis.
4 wide. Garrett Green is one of them. And this time they come back with Chauncey on the run, and he crosses midfield to the 49-yard line. Chris Norwell makes a stop, and here is Jim to introduce the Illini defense.
All right, the defensive line is led by Will Davis, who has 9.5 sacks this season. He's good. Consensus All-American Jay Lehman, well, this is his last game as linebacker for the Illini, so I'd look for a very emotional performance from him tonight. And in the secondary, we have 2 senior safeties, Justin Harrison and Kevin Mitchell, who will look to lead the Illini to their 4th Rose Bowl win ever.
Ball is fumbled and marked down. The lines judge has marked it down at the 42-yard line. It was run in for naught by Justin Harrison. And now our Big East crew will sort this out, but the original single was a catch. I'm sort of surprised they didn't wave it off as an incompletion.
I don't think there's any doubt it's a catch. It's a matter of whether or not that ball came out. Boy, it looked like he took 2 or 3 steps with the football.
The ruling on the field is that the receiver was down before he lost control of the ball.
Brent, he took 2 or 3 steps. Savili makes the catch underneath. Takes a step or 2 here. Davis hits him. The ball comes out as he makes contact with the ground. Very close. This would be a great angle here. His knee's down. That's a good call.
And as the result, they'll come out and measure to see whether or not the Trojans have a 1st down. Havili, their fine fullback, was the receiver on that play. And if the yellow line is accurate, got it. Inches, an inch. And the Illinois faithful not happy with that call, but it did look like his knee was down.
One of the things John David Booty is going to try to exploit in this game, more so than any game all year, is true freshman Joe McKnight. He'll give you the wow factor, this USC offense. SC in the past has had the ability to score in a hurry with the speed that they have had. That's not been the case so much this year. Number 4 tonight for USC will be as involved in this game as any game he has been in so far in his young career.
John David backing up, going to Havili again, incomplete. He overthrew him in a foot race with a linebacker. Antonio Steele with coverage, and we check in with a third member of our crew, Lisa Salters.
Well,
Lisa, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too, Brent. You know, I was talking to offensive coordinator Steve Sarkisian before the game about Joe McKnight, and he said, you know, he really came on strong the last half of the season, but what really did it is that we had a month to prepare with him. He said, expect for us to give the Illini a heavy dose of Joe McKnight today, Reggie Bush style.
All right, Lisa, thank you. Second down and 10. Play fake, and Booty keeps it in the air. Had time, high. That could be a fumble. Caught, though, on the ricochet by McKnight. Right man, right spot, right time. Hazelton was the receiver, and he was drilled on the play.
It's pretty obvious how USC in this opening drive trying to attack Illinois, trying to make their linebackers play in space. What a hit there. And how about the awareness by the true freshman, Joe McKnight, to not only see that football, but snatch it, and he was trying to make a move to go down the sidelines.
14-yard gain. John David Booty continues to drive them 4 of 5 so far. There's his 5th completion as he strikes it, puts it in Hazelton's hands. Patrick Turner not playing because of an injury, so we will see a lot of Hazelton and Osbury here.
Illinois is spreading, or being spread out by the USC offensive formations. A little bit of a cat and mouse game obviously being played by the coordinators from both sides, trying to see how each team will respond. Steve Sarkisian, one of the best you'll see in the business at calling plays and attacking defenses.
Toss play with McKnight. Behind Baker, the big tackle. Inside the 10-yard line.
Well, this is the game that Joe McKnight has wanted this entire year, with so much time to prepare. It allowed USC to find different ways to get him more involved. He's played quite a bit this year, but as I said, not as much as you're going to see him at various positions, out lined up as a receiver. A lot, as Lisa said, like Reggie Bush used to be used, and you can see the quickness and the burst that young Joe McKnight possesses.
Chauncey Washington into the game with the ball inside the 10. Havili will be his lead blocker. No, Booty's going to throw it to him instead. End zone, touchdown. Chauncey Washington scores the first touchdown of this Rose Bowl.
Well, if you're a USC fan, this is exactly how you wanted this game to start. And if you're an Illinois fan, this is exactly how you did not want this game to start.
David Beeler tags on the extra point. Chauncey does it. He scored more touchdowns this year than anybody on this Trojan team, so why not strike for #1 in Pasadena?
So I asked my dad where he wanted to go for his 60th birthday. Norway, he said, the land of our ancestors. We drank a pint at Ibsen's favorite pub. We sampled the local fare. We got new sweaters.
I feel like yodeling.
It was the trip of a lifetime, Dad said, until we went to the Hall of Records and discovered we were actually Swedish. 2 tickets to Stockholm, please?
Whatever your story is, your Citi card can help you write it. Citi, let's get it done.
What are you doing?
Making a call.
To who?
Allstate.
You want to think about that?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Idiot.
You're gonna make it. Go! Rambo, rated R, January 25th.
Nissan engineers know the backbone of any truck is its frame. That's why the Nissan Titan's frame is fully boxed. Unlike competitors' C-frames that are prone to flexing, our box frame is the strongest truck frame we've ever built. Just one more reason, it's the Titan of trucks. The 2008 full-size Nissan Titan. Now get up to $5,000 Nissan cashback or 0.9% APR financing.
It's the cry for help that moved us all. Sunday, the aftermath on an all-new episode.
Why can't we hear them?
An all-new Desperate Housewives. Sunday at 9/8 Central on ABC. Start here.
We welcome you back. Washington having danced into the end zone, making it 7-0, but there was a moment of controversy, folks. Was this or was this not a fumble? Was the ball coming loose as he was going down? There are many people who believe that it was. Now, how about the touchdown?
The touchdown, Hazelton's going to go to the post. Havili's going to come to the flat, and then you're going to see the back actually sprinkle out his third option. Interesting how Booty looks downfield and then checks down. It's pretty nice when you check down, and there's Chauncey Washington one-on-one with Jay Lehman out in the flat.
My only observation on that fumble, non-fumble, is that the official killed it too early. You've got to really be careful with instant replay backing you up, not to down it as quickly as he did. And Ben will take a knee in the end zone, and it'll come out. Well, we've mentioned it now, Jim Belushi, and according to Jim is the show. And it's all new, brand new season now, brand new time, same old Jim. And you need to get some Jim tonight at 9/8 Central following the season premiere of Just for Laughs. Beautiful scene here with the San Gabriels, and there's Jim Belushi, huge Cub fan, Bear fan, Illinois fan. Of course, there's another Illinois graduate out here you might have heard of, Hugh Hefner. That's right. I make him the best recruiter who ever came out of Illinois. First down and 10 now for the Illini. Mendenhall will motion out, option look. What will Juice do? Going to try to keep it. And he probed. Let's have Leinart introduce this great Trojan D.
The defensive line features two of the best in the country in defensive tackle Cedric Ellis and defensive end Lawrence Jackson. The Illini better be ready for USC's linebacking core led by Ray Maluga and Brian Cushing. And the secondary is very experienced, led by strong safety Kevin Ellison and sophomore All-American Taylor Mays.
Incomplete with Matt Leinart standing on the far sideline. Pass intended for Kyle Hudson.
Oh, getting checked by security.
Will Ferrell on the left. He said, where's your... And that's his friend. Now, folks, there's a story here. You are allowed only 5 sideline passes per team. And Will Ferrell was able to get 2 of them.
Look at his face.
I think... there you go, Marcus and Keyshawn. Now, Keyshawn came over in a bus. He may have slipped in another way. I don't know that he's one of... But he's pretty resourceful, that fellow. Juice back. 3rd down and 3, and now the Illini are going to keep throwing it, and Juice going to run for it. Can he get the first down? He does. And that's where he's so dangerous. And if you go back in time and talk to Trojan fans, one of the things that has bedeviled them over the last few years, mobile quarterbacks.
Well, 3 of their last 5 losses, it's been against a mobile quarterback. This time, Juice Williams, remember, 3rd and short, gives Illinois a chance. He drops back, the pocket closes in, he's able to step up. He has enough wiggle room there to step up in the pocket and then use his speed to get to the corner and pick up that first down.
And Lawrence Jackson is down. The All-American defensive end is on the ground. Nick Holt, the defensive coordinator over there with head coach Pete Carroll. Let us step away right now. Carroll's Trojans lead it by 7 in the opening quarter.
Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines' convenient nonstop flights, it's like having your own company plane. Visit southwest.com. And TGI Fridays, where the famous 3-course menu is back. Give me more Fridays.
Folks, there was a Rose Bowl parade long before there was a game. The 119th parade, the 94th football game now unfolding. Juice back in the gun here. It is 1st and 10 after he picked it up. Jackson left okay. He should return to action. And about an 8-yard tough run by Mendenhall. Mendenhall being viewed as a possible Sunday player. Will he leave Illinois early? We'll find out in the next 6 weeks or so.
I don't think there's any question. He's one of the top backs in the country. Interesting, Illinois going to hurry up here in these first 2 series. And the reason for that is to try to get Juice Williams into rhythm.
Right now it is Mendenhall in rhythm as he spins for the first down with Rivers. That's a famous SC number there, number 55. Boys, Junior Seau. Great linebackers have worn that through the years. And here's another terrific one wearing number 55. Keith Rivers, a senior out of Lake May, Florida. Ron Zook and these fellas tried hard to recruit him when Zook was the head coach of the Gators. But Pete Carroll was able to close the deal, and so very happy to have number 55. He's been hurt this year, Kirk, a little bit.
Yep, been slowed down. The month off has helped him get ready for this game.
Checking over at the sideline. Coach Loxley upstairs. Calls it down. And probing the middle. Russ Weil, the fullback, a little bit. They are not afraid to challenge Malawaluga.
No,
and Cedric Ellis in the middle of this defensive line so far.
Well, you get into this game and you have to be willing to challenge the strength of this SC defense to be able to get back to doing what you do best, which is some misdirection, running option. Mike Loxley told us getting ready for this game, the reason he wants to go to the no huddle, and there's Mike right there, the reason he wanted to go to the no huddle, not just to get Juice in the Illinois offense in rhythm, but also get USC on the defense, try to get them on their heels. It worked very effectively against Ohio State earlier this year when they upset the Buckeyes in Columbus.
2nd down and 8. Intercepted on a bad throw. Here's Malawaluga rolling. And he does not want to go out of bounds. Cushing was over there, number 10, blocking for him. And did you see number 58? Now there's a penalty flag falling over there. Now there's a flag that fell. Malawaluga said, there'll be none of this stepping out of bounds for me. He wanted to keep on battling.
He's trying to, he wants to go down and get a touchdown, but Brian Cushing does a really good job close to the line of scrimmage, coming with pressure, gets his hand up, his left hand up to deflect the ball to give Malawaluga a chance for the interception. So give an assist there to number 10, Cushing.
He's keeping that football. That's going home for a soup. Nobody going to touch that ball that Malawaluga has over there.
After the play was over, personal foul, number 83 on Illinois, personal foul, number 2 on USC. Those penalties offset. Result of the play, 1st down.
You'll see Cushing to your left of your screen coming on a blitz, gets his left hand up, the ball then goes up, and Malawaluga is right there for the interception. And Brent, you're right, he's going back to the high school days of trying to get that ball into the end zone. Cushing, what great effort. This is the guy that they've missed throughout this entire season with the injury that he's had most of this year.
Pete Carroll reacting on the sideline. So Malawaluga gives them a 1st down at the 35-yard line. Double pass coming up, back across the field. Got it. Worked on it in practice. Touchdown. And diving on into the end zone, Desmond Reed. Garrett Green, a one-time high school quarterback, 34 yards of play we saw in practice. An open practice, I might add. If there were scouts around, they saw it, but it was a perfect time to call the play. Strike quickly after a turnover, and that's what the Trojans did.
Strike quickly, but the razzle-dazzle in the way it's called and the timing here by Pete Carroll and, of course, Steve Sarkisian, the offensive coordinator.
Conduct.
Did you see
number
Reed?
22 on USC. 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Now, wait a minute. Now, let me ask you a question.
A flip into the
A fellow by the name of Portis flips into the end zone, and he watches it on television, and he comes out here and emulates the guy in the NFL, but he gets to fly.
Did Portis have that kind of elevation?
Oh, he was up in the air now.
That was pretty nice.
Helping take the Redskins into the playoffs. He got up in the air.
I know.
I watch them Sunday photos every day.
Yeah. I like the Redskins.
Beeler tacks on another extra point. Folks, it's early. but it is crisis time for Illinois. A young, inexperienced team on a big, big stage. The thing they didn't want to happen. They must respond, or it will be an unhappy start to 2008.
Nick, that was a 10th straight killer presentation, an amazing string of new business wins. How do you explain this sudden increase in productivity?
I've just been working really hard.
People are saying that this surge in productivity just isn't natural.
Hey, you know, guys, a great year, breaks a few sales records. You guys just assume the worst.
You have been uncannily productive, Nick.
Nick, some are speculating that you're using productivity enhancers.
That's it, I'm done.
Nick,
No.
how do you explain it?
Got tickets.
Dude.
Tickets.
Dude. Dude.
Dude.
Nissan engineers know the backbone of any truck is its frame. That's why the Nissan Titan's frame is fully boxed. Unlike competitors' C frames that are prone to flexing, our box frame is the strongest truck frame we've ever built. Just one more reason, it's the Titan of trucks. The 2008 full-size Nissan Titan. Now get up to $5,000 Nissan cashback or 0.9% APR financing.
We welcome you back to the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi, Pasadena, California. Sellout crowd, but the Trojans have quieted the Illini faithful.
Garrett Green shows he has the arm. It's razzle-dazzle. Green is here. Reed is here. Watch how he gets caught up and then goes down the sideline. Antonio Steele, the linebacker, gets lost. And by the time he reacts, Reed is well down the sideline. And there's just not enough time for Steele to get caught back up to Reed. He does a little flip into the end zone with a spike on the back end of it. After he comes up, he spikes the ball into the ground.
But the flag was thrown on the somersault when he elevated and went up in the air. As a result, the Trojans will be kicking off from their own 15-yard line. That was Desmond Reed's first touchdown reception this year, third of his career, after Ray Matawaluga's first interception. The Trojans are feeling good now, and here comes the freshman Ben looking for daylight. No seam down at the 35-yard line. And aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear. Get there on triple tread technology as you look down on one of the grandest scenes in American sport.
Reason starting fast for Illinois was so important is when you're such a heavy underdog, you hear so much about it for 4 weeks in preparing, that you need to start fast to get yourself to believe that you can be with the Trojans and play with them and beat them. And when you get down 14-0, it really is going to challenge the Illini.
Mendenhall dances nowhere. Not much of a hole to begin with, and Cushing, number 10, very active. Coach Ron Zook, one of the best recruiters in college football. Across the way is a man who's setting new standards out here at Pete Carroll. I want to tell you about Ron Zook. Last year, 19 of the 22 starters for Urban Meyer in the championship game were recruited by that man right there. He started the recruiting of Tim Tebow in Jacksonville. Juice checks over at the sideline, 2nd down and 9. Here's Mendenhall again, and read beautifully by Harris, the corner, attacking quickly.
The reason they're attacking quickly off the perimeter right now against this zone look is they don't fear Juice Williams in the pass game. So they're locking in right now on Mendenhall and Juice Williams and saying, Juice, if you're going to beat us today, you're going to have to throw the football, because our secondary and our linebackers are dialed in on your ability and your running back's ability to run the football. And this is what Illinois can't afford, 3rd and long.
Lawrence Jackson back in, and so is Everson Griffin. They're very talented freshman defensive end. You'll be hearing that name over and over for the next couple of years. 4-man rush. They tried to set a screen. Mendenhall still battling Picking up a couple of yards on that, but it'll force the Illini to punt here.
It's called pursuit. It's running to the football. This USC team is so well schooled, and I think when they are healthy, when they have everybody out there, this is as good a defense as you'll see in the country.
Millington, the right tackle, shaken up on the play. He's being tended to here on the near side. There you see one of the greatest nosemen that we've seen in a long time headed off the field there. That is Cedric Ellis, Defensive Player of the Year out here in the Pac-10. And you know what he did the other day? He went and got tapes of Glenn Dorsey. Dorsey, as you know, is a great player down at LSU. Another man who plays that tough defensive tackle spot. Look how hard Cedric's working. He said, you know, I try to learn from everybody. And he was up studying tapes of Dorsey. And of course, they're in competition to see who will be the first defensive tackle drafted by the NFL come April. There's McKnight, fair catch at the 23-yard line, and the Trojans will come back to work. And you would think now that the Illinois defense needs a stop.
The bucket list is a gift to moviegoers. It's heartfelt and wickedly funny. 4 stars. A wonderfully smart and inspiring film.
What do you want to do next?
Amazing. Give Nicholson and Freeman the Oscar now.
30 years I've been coming here. First time with a guy.
Winner, one of the top 10 films of the year.
Proud of you. Nobody cares what you think.
The Bucket List. Rated PG-13. Now playing in select cities everywhere January 11th.
This isn't about grabbing a bite. It's about a bite grabbing you. Because when Fridays gets a hold of your appetite, we're not letting go. We're going to bring on the flavor until your taste buds explode like fireworks. We're going to drizzle glazes and pour on smoky salsas. We're going to pan fries, saute, and dream up dishes that have never been created before. 3 courses, new tastes, totally up to you for just $12.99. Friday's 3-course menu is back. Gimme more Fridays.
Oh, game day.
Yeah, like your breakfast.
Bergwood, your new car's rolling.
It's not stolen. I just bought it.
It's gonna hit that truck.
There's no need to swear.
Oh.
Hot car, huh?
It's on fire.
Do you have new car replacement? Call Allstate to sign up today. Are you in good hands?
Monday. What happens on the field is no match for the war these two will wage on the dance floor. Whose side are you on? Dance War, Bruno versus Carrie Ann, premieres Monday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Back at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, the Tiffany Trophy. The winner will go that spoil. And right now, USC trying to defend last year's triumph, having beaten Michigan, and you just can't not say enough for the way Pete Carroll has kept this going with USC for the last decade. It's remarkable.
You go back to 2002. It started with Carson Palmer. That team ended up getting the Orange Bowl against Iowa, and from that point on, when you think, well, it was Matt Leonard, it was Reggie Bush, no, it was Pete Carroll. And he'll continue to keep this program at a high level because of his energy and his ability to recruit Southern California.
Incomplete, heavily. I recommend to all of you out there, and I think you can find it on the internet, the Los Angeles Magazine, go find the profile on head coach Pete Carroll. I read it. It is remarkable what this man does at night sometimes. He heads in with a couple of fellows into the toughest neighborhoods in this city, goes in and talks to young men. He has helped 40 people get part-time jobs in this city. You talk about being a part of a community. I really recommend that profile. It's one of the best I've read all fall. Hand off now to Chauncey Washington, who scored their touchdown. And you'll give them a 3rd and short, chance to pick it up. There's so many weapons on this team.
Well, they come at you in different waves and different formations. And that's what I think makes this offense so difficult to deal with, is not just the skill, not the talent, but Steve Sarkisian and the way he attacks, the different ability to get in formations, the way they attack not only downfield, but they'll stretch you horizontally. And it's not your spread offense. This is more of the West Coast offense.
On 3rd and 3, there's that bootleg booty. Heavily for the first down. healthy now, and I don't think John David Booty has ever played any better than he has this last month for the Trojans.
And now that he is healthy, he's showing America what he was expecting for his entire senior year. This is the bootleg. First 2 plays of this drive, they're running the football. They get Illinois, the linebackers, and the defensive backs out of position. And look who they're throwing the ball out to out in the flat downfield now. Havili, the fullback. And you're going to see the fullback, Havili, and the tight end, Fred Davis, involved heavily today in the pass game.
Hazelton's off to the left. Swing to McKnight. And that will lose 4 yards. Let's check in down below with Lisa.
Well, Brent, you know, if you're an Illinois fan, you certainly wouldn't be happy with the body language down here on the Illinois sideline, particularly when the defense was on the sideline. And for these guys, you know, they were saying all during pregame warmups to me that they were so tired of hearing how they didn't have a chance in this game, and they knew they had to start off tough. But just think about what a lot of these guys went through. The one season with one win, the next season just 3 wins. And Kevin Mitchell was saying this was the first Thanksgiving where I was actually proud to wear my gear when I went home. My relatives weren't saying what happened to you guys, and this is certainly not the start that they wanted.
Yeah, indeed, and there's the great tight end. His second catch, Fred Davis, a senior from Toledo, Ohio. Hicks makes a stop. You know, on that shot of the sideline, though, I will tell you, it was a collective deer in the headlights look at.
I was going to say, that's where Juice Williams needs to step up. Hopefully, for Illinois' sake, he will do that. But when you feel the energy, look at the faces. We're in the first quarter. You feel the energy like that. Juice Williams has to do something as the leader to keep his team in this football game to believe that they have a chance.
The Somersault kid, Desmond Reed, back on the field. He's a fine receiver. Intercepted at the 35 as the receiver had slipped. Justin Harrison breaking for daylight to the 19-yard line, and just what the Illini needed as the receiver fell, allowing Harrison to pick it off.
Now let's see the energy from that sideline. Now it's a sea of white, and they're jumping up and down, and you're right, Brent. You needed something to spark Illinois to get back into this game, and who better than Justin Harrison, a senior who's been around some tough years in Champaign. This time steps up, and I actually think he broke on that ball so well. Even if the receiver didn't go down, Harrison's in position to make the play.
I agree with you. Good call on that one, Kirk. He was going to make that pick regardless. So let's see what Juice, Mendenhall, and the rest of this offense can do. Big point in this game. Down 2 touchdowns. 3:51. Opening quarter here in Pasadena. And a change up from the sideline is signaled for it. Mendenhall spun after a couple yards, still going tough 4-yard run. That's an NFL-style run right there.
Well, this defense is so disciplined in their angles and the way they run to the football that when Mendenhall has a chance, and you're right, he's one of the more talented backs in the country, the linebackers are in position. They're stretching it so he can't get to the outside. And by the time he cuts it back, this defense is in position to make the plays. The only time we've seen him out of position was really the first play of the game.
Ellis head up on the center. Ellison creeps up the safety like he's coming. He's indicating blitz, and here he comes. They swing it against it to Mendenhall, and Ellison on the blitz stops him short of the first down, coming from behind.
Brent, you called it. SC coming on the blitz. Ellison from the left and pushing. The linebacker almost gets to Juice Williams. Believe it or not, that is a short pass, but a perfectly thrown ball by Juice Williams out to the flat to give Mendenhall a chance to catch it in stride and get upfield and not have either an incompletion or a significant loss.
Manu Inui making his presence felt for the first time, and now 3rd and short. You would think this is 4-down territory. Juice keeps it straight ahead. Juice barges right straight ahead. He went up on first sound to pick up the first down. There was no hesitation, no looking at the sideline that time. So they jumped up there, brought him right up under center, went on first sound, and he picked it up.
Every time I see Juice Williams get under center for a quarterback sneak, I think back about the courage that Illinois had when they went for it on 4th and 1 against Ohio State. And Juice Williams looked like he lost the ball maybe for a second, but his leg drive gets him across the first down line. Big opportunity here for Juice and the Fighting Illini.
First and goal. Option with Mendenhall on the outside. Can he get a seam? He can now. The Trojans stay in the lane, and Thomas Williams, one of the best backup linebackers in the country, makes still another stop. Number 41, he can play outside, he can play the Mike, he can play the Will, he can do everything out there.
Thomas Williams on the field prior to the game, heavily involved in some barking going on between the two teams. Right in the middle of it, a senior who wants to go out, he said, "This is my house. This is our house, USC," and they're not going to give it up.
4 receivers for Juice. Deflected again. That is the second blocked pass by the Trojans here today as big Cedric Ellis rolls in that time, pushing the linebacker, got the first one, which set up an interception.
I think Juice Williams' only chance to throw against this SC defense is going to be when they have a chance to catch SC off guard and go play action. They're so strong up front with Jackson and Ellis and can get penetration with just 4. It allows them to defend the pass with 7 on the back end just because they're so talented up front. When they get into obvious passing downs, it's tough.
Third and goal, and they're backed up to the 12-yard line. Cannot afford the big turnover here. Middleman coming incomplete. Ben, the intended receiver, and he was defended by Harris. So Rita will trot onto the field, and Illinois will settle for 3. But after that 45-yard interception return, they miss a golden opportunity to cut the Trojans' lead in half.
And Nick Holt and Pete Carroll believe in pressure, whether it's first down, second down, or third down. And there's Williams again, 41. Gets right into the middle, right into the vision there of the quarterback, Juice Williams, and applies that pressure.
29-yard attempt here for Rita. Hard to the left, no good. Pulled it. Now it'll be up to Zook and the staff to keep this young team, keep them in this game, Kirk. Things have definitely gone against them here so far.
Well, at this point in the game, with 1:15 to go in the first quarter, you come up with a huge interception. I mean, it's exactly what you need to get back into this football game, and you end up not only not getting the touchdown, but you miss a field goal. Now it's about composure.
Absolutely.
It's about maintaining your composure. This is a team that had won, what, 8 games in the last 4 years combined. They won 2 games last year. Now they're in Pasadena against one of the greatest teams in the country in USC every single year. Hold your composure down 14.
Now the Illini show blitz are coming from the backside against the run. McKnight, the freshman, has great dash. About 13 yards on that first down carry. Well, we have talked about the season, and for Illinois, just a great turnaround. 8 wins in their last 4 seasons combined, and then they explode for 9 this year. We've talked about the great win in Columbus, and they nearly swept away all the Big Ten awards. James Laurinaitis winning the Defensive Player of the Year award. And their last bowl, the 2002 Sugar. Now, the BCS championship game was played out here in Pasadena, so instead of making their way to the Rose Bowl, they went down to the Sugar Bowl, where they lost to LSU down there. That was under Coach Ron Turner. Here's the handoff, and slipping as he goes down in the arms of the defender. So that's McKnight, the freshman, and he is getting his big workout. The young man recruited out of the state of Louisiana. Man, everybody wanted him down there.
USC giving us a taste of what's to come in 2008 by featuring Joe McKnight quite a bit in this football game. This will be the type of offense that you will see next year when they're attacking with Havili and Joe McKnight, among others, in that backfield.
Now the veteran Washington, who scored their first touchdown. Play fake by Booty, steps up and complete to Havili. You know, if there is a weakness, and there certainly is talent here, but if there is a weakness with this Trojan team, they are not as good at wide receiver as they were a year ago. Dwayne Jarrett, Steve Smith, they're not walking through the door. They got to develop some wideouts. The Rose Bowl game presented by Citi returns after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
With 175 horsepower and 32 miles per gallon. Cars won't be the only thing you pass. The Nissan Altima, ranked #1 in owner satisfaction for fuel efficiency and performance.
The biggest stars in Hollywood are rushing to the biggest event of the year. The perfect marriage of high-definition TV and Blu-ray.
I think a celebration's in order.
Now, experience the greatest movies ever.
Ooh, I like that.
With the best in high-def picture.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
And the best in high-def sound.
That's gonna wake the neighbors.
High-definition TV and Blu-ray. Your choice is clear. The future is blue.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
A taste so rich and decadent, it belongs in the dessert aisle. Diet Dr. Pepper. There's nothing diet about it.
This is Eli Stone. He thought he had it all. Until he heard the music. On Thursday, January 31st, ABC brings you an incredible new series.
There are those who are sent to us to help us find our way. Some people call them prophets.
Where seeing is believing. Eli Stone. Series premiere Thursday, January 31st at 10/9 Central on ABC.
In my younger days, I made lots of mistakes. I hung out with the wrong people. Got into some bad habits. I neglected my relationships. The drinking was the worst. Now I'm older. I take better care of myself. Things are looking up.
Kaiser Permanente. Thrive.
The New Hampshire primary debate Saturday at 7 on News 10.
We welcome you back to the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi. Top of the hour here in Pasadena. 3 Pacific time with Kirk Herbstreit and Lisa Salters. I'm Brent Musburger. A pleasure to have you with us. A sold-out Rose Bowl on another beautiful afternoon. Here's your 3rd and 6. The freshman running back Joe McKnight back on the field. Off to the right. Booty looks in that direction. Incomplete. Wanted to put the ball in number 4's hands. So 4th down is coming up.
John David Booty talking to the head official about a little pass interference. He thought McKnight got held up there, but just good defense from Illinois. And it's the 2nd time in a row the Illini take the field on defense and come up with an interception and now forced to punt.
Got to pick it up and get it off. And a great save under the circumstances. Wojtek picking it up and making the most of a near disaster there.
The snap is high by Collins, and Wojtek does the ball. Let's see how high it is. I mean, it would have taken a pretty good effort. He could have caught the football, but you're right. He keeps his cool here, is able to come up with it and at least get the ball out and back into Illinois territory instead of maybe Illinois picking it up and again having another break off a turnover.
20 yards is all they gained, but they did get it across midfield. And the Illini have not been able to move the ball, so they'll take over on their own 41-yard line. Let's see if they can here. There is the option. Ben, the freshman, and he makes about 9 yards before he's brought down by Keith Rivers.
This time I like that they're using Ben as a pitchback, and I think you'll see more and more of that. Mendenhall, who usually is the guy who's going to be heavily involved, defense is going to lock in on 5, so why not deal it out to the true freshman, Ben, who's a receiver going downfield typically, makes a nice play.
Mendenhall slips, but not before he picks up the 1st down in Trojan territory. So here is another opportunity for Illinois to climb back into this game. They're down by 2 touchdowns.
This is a little bit more of Illinois' style of football. The left side, Fulton and O'Donnell, the linemen do a good job. Boy, Lenny got close to a clip there on SC, but he's able to come up with a block and give the running back, Mendenhall, a lane to run in.
SC coming on a linebacker blitz. Williams made it successfully. Blitzed the run and makes the stop. He's having a big afternoon, and he's just a reserve.
Well, right now, Juice Williams, because Illinois has not shown any threat at all of throwing the ball downfield, Pete Carroll has his linebackers completely dialed in to the running backs and the quarterback and the threat of them running the football. Illinois is going to have to make a play in the pass game to get this offense going and get them in the sync.
They blitz Mendenhall again. So they are coming off the corner. Terrell Thomas, number 28, on the blitz that time, and they pull Mendenhall down from the backside. They're getting a read on this offense right now.
Yeah, they're if you talk about offenses trying to get into rhythm, SC's defense has been in rhythm because, again, when you're one-dimensional, and we knew coming into this game that Illinois has been pretty one-dimensional, but they've had the ability to run the football and create and manufacture opportunities against 8- and 9-man fronts. But USC is not your typical defense, and they're locked in right now, again, on that running game.
The rollout pass may be something they're going to have to try. They'll drop off a screen to Mendenhall. Well short of the first down. Back by midfield. Sharice Wright.
Illinois, last 2 times they've had the football, they've had a chance to move it into SC territory and not been able to come away with anything.
I wouldn't be surprised if Eddie McGee, the backup quarterback, didn't get a series just to see if he can loosen this defense up a little bit. Santella. Reed lets it go for the end zone. They come out on the 20-yard line. We take a break now. So far, if you just joined us, the Trojans are in control. Lead it by 14 points, second quarter.
Get a great deal on the Dodge you want during the final days of the event of a lifetime.
Get 0% financing on all 08 Dodge vehicles like the full-size Ram pickup.
Plus, make no payments till summer on all Dodge vehicles, including the all-new Grand Caravan.
And the fuel-efficient 30 miles per gallon Dodge Avenger.
Plus, you'll be covered by the best warranty in the business, Dodge's lifetime powertrain warranty.
Get to your Dodge dealer today because the event of a lifetime ends tomorrow.
Hi, guys. What's going on?
Buzzword bingo.
Buzzword bingo?
These innovation meetings are killing us. The hype, the jargon.
The buzzwords.
Every time you hear one, you mark your card.
In short, we are 100% committed to facilitating a culture of out-of-the-box, goal-oriented, value-added, disruptive Web 3.0.
Bingo.
And they gave him his own parking spot right in front of the entrance.
In front of the main entrance?
It says Nick. Right there.
Oh, hey, Nick. I guess.
Hey, Nick. Senior VP at 32. It's just not natural.
I started working 4 months before him.
Hello, 1 year. Yeah. He's definitely taking some kind of productivity enhancer.
Are we really going home?
Yeah, we're really going home.
Every person on this island will be killed. Whatever they came for, it isn't us.
Lost, The Return. Thursday, January 31st on ABC.
There was a time when the Illini were giants. Dick Butkus with his wife Helen alongside, having some fun. Probably Jim Grabowski, who came out with Dick, and they won a Rose Bowl back in 1964. There is Helen serving Mr. Butkus at the 1964 Lowry's Beef Bowl. And some of you might not remember that along with being a great linebacker, he was a center on that team for Pete Elliott. And here comes Washington. Picks up 5 yards on first down. Butkus was something.
Oh, man. Probably could tell some stories.
He was out talking to the team the other day and getting them all fired up. Looks like he's having himself. Maybe they sent him a Lowry's sandwich.
I could take one myself.
You know, one of the coaches said, you know, he still scares me when he comes around.
Man, look at that. Oh, he still looks like he wants to hit somebody.
He's a great guy. Yeah, what a career he had. Second down and 5. Play fake, Booty in trouble, and this time he did not fool Doug Pilcher.
Nice adjustment here by Dan Dish, the defensive coordinator from Illinois. How many times in the first quarter did we see the bootleg hurt this Illinois defense? This time, he's going to fight down with Sam Baker and then get to the outside and not allow Booty to have any time at all to make the play. That's a big play there on second down by Pilcher.
A 10-yard loss makes it 3rd down and 15 for that man's defense. 4 down linemen. They'll come with the running play of McKnight. Doesn't get close to the first down, and the Trojans are forced to punt. Now, the Illinois defense is starting to dial in here a little bit, but the offense has got to join the battle.
I think on 1st and 10, Juice Williams has to take a chance to throw a play-action pass unless McGee comes in to throw. But that's 3 series in a row. You got to win a few battles before you win the war if you're the Fighting Illini with this young team.
Warren is back deep. Bad snap, remember, on the last punt. This one perfect. Fair catch is the signal. At the 32. No risk involved. Send a receiver out there, make the catch, turn it over to the offense. Now, can Juice and the offense loosen it up a little bit for the Illini? We're about to find out.
Okay, what's a 3-letter word for...
Honey, would you run out and get me something crunchy?
Crunchy?
And chewy?
Crunchy and chewy?
And cheesy?
Crunchy, chewy, cheesy. Crunchy, chewy,
and melty.
Give in to your cravings. It's Taco Bell's Cheesy Gordita Crunch, and it's only around for a limited time. Get yours before they're gone.
So I asked my dad where he wanted to go for his 60th birthday. Norway, he said, the land of our ancestors. We drank a pint at Ibsen's favorite pub. We sampled the local fare. We got new sweaters.
I feel like yodeling.
It was the trip of a lifetime, Dad said, until we went to the Hall of Records and discovered we were actually Swedish. 2 tickets to Stockholm, please?
Whatever your story is, your Citi card can help you write it. Citi, let's get it done.
Get a great deal on the Dodge you want during the final days of the event of a lifetime.
Get 0% financing on all 08 Dodge vehicles like the full-size Ram pickup.
Plus, make no payments till summer on all Dodge vehicles, including the all-new Grand Caravan.
And the fuel-efficient 30 miles per gallon Dodge Avenger.
Plus, you'll be covered by the best warranty in the business, Dodge's lifetime powertrain warranty.
Get to your Dodge dealer today because the event of a lifetime ends tomorrow.
Exclusive coverage of the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi on ABC. Brought to you by Citibank. Whatever your story is, your Citi card can help you write it. Citi, let's get it done. Dodge, live life to the fullest. Dodge, grab life. Aflac, ask about it at work. Taco Bell, think outside the bun. And AT&T, your world delivered.
A rare look inside the beautiful tournament house here in Pasadena. And, of course, not only in charge of this great football game, but the parade route. And many of you were up early this morning. And if you ever get a chance out here in Southern California to go see that parade, you've got some youngsters, by all means, do it. First down now. And they have gone to the backup. Daniel Dufresne, we go down below to Lisa.
Well, Brent, Ron Zook certainly knows that his defense is playing tough, and it's time for his offense to get something going. While the offense was over on the bench, Zook came over to his players and said, hey, relax, you're fine. This is no time to panic. You're just now finding out that these guys are just like the guys you've been playing all year long. It's time for you guys to go out and make a play. And, Kirk, you were talking about Juice Williams stepping up. Juice came over to the line and said, look, guys, this is just like practice. I just need a little more time.
He's not even averaging 2 yards an attempt. No time. Malawaluga rocks him, number 58.
There's the hardest hitting linebacker in the country right there, and he gets a free look right through the middle of this defense. It's a bust in the middle of the Illinois offensive line. Check this out.
Close to a fumble. That was very, very close to a fumble.
I think it was a fumble.
Down.
I think an Illinois offensive lineman may have recovered it. But he took
and that's McDonald who jumped on it.
Yeah.
That was Ryan McDonald, the junior center from Holland, Michigan.
Familiar territory for Illinois' offense, 3rd and long.
There's a kind of blitz that Butkus admired. Man, did Malawaluga unload. Stepping away from pressure, dancing. Here comes Malawaluga. He'll go for him again. Oh, baby, what a future on Sunday.
Malawaluga came with the pressure on 2nd down, and this time on 3rd down and long, they realized one of the biggest threats might be Juice Williams just trying to scramble. So 58 spies it right in the middle, just waiting for him to have a chance to close in and lower the boom. He watched him the entire time, step for step, right there with Juice.
Great replay. You see that closing speed, Kirk? Oh, please. McKnight. Here's the freshman. He's explosive, folks. Look out. And the punter over there, Anthony Santella, saves 6 by getting him out of bounds. Yeah, Ray. Want to see why it's tough to play against this defense? Saddle up against number 58 and these linebackers. Maybe the best trio in the country.
Get a great deal on the Dodge you want during the final days of the event of a lifetime.
Get 0% financing on all 08 Dodge vehicles like the full-size Ram pickup.
Plus, make no payments till summer on all Dodge vehicles, including the all-new Grand Caravan.
And the fuel-efficient 30 miles per gallon Dodge Avenger.
Plus, you'll be covered by the best warranty in the business, Dodge's lifetime powertrain warranty.
Get to your Dodge dealer today because the event of a lifetime ends tomorrow.
Hey, Derek, what's the deal with the special burger?
Well, why don't you try calling it by its proper name, Jason? It's called the Special Secret Double Deluxe Bistro Burger.
I'll be sure to do that. How do you make it?
Well, you get you some raw meat, you ball it up, and put it on a plate.
That sounds gross. Derek? Hey, man, I didn't mean... If you want raw meat on a plate, you got it.
Switch to the network you can trust, AT&T. Get our exclusive smartphones, now only $99.99.
Hey, boss, do we have Aflac?
Yeah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
Welcome back to the Rose Bowl game, presented by Citi. 7 Heisman Trophy winners. One of them is now the athletic director here at Southern California. There he is, Mike Garrett. Does not deserve, I should say, does not receive enough credit for the hiring of Pete Carroll. There is a man who had his eye on someone who coached defense. There are a couple other Heisman Trophy winners, not to mention Mr. Lott down on the sidelines. We know where 3 of the passes went. Okay, we've accounted for, I think we can count for all 5. And Booty fires, rocked. Is it a live ball?
I think it's incomplete. It's Justin Harrison.
Yeah.
Justin Harrison, who came up with the interception, has been roaming center field very well here in this first half. Remember, Fred Davis a little out and up. He has his man beat, but Harrison as a safety lowers the boom there, and a very nice timed up perfectly by Harrison.
Harrison having a big day. 45-yard interception. Gave the Illini a chance, but the offense can't do anything against this Trojan D. 2nd down and 10. Booty in trouble. He's going down. Sacked that time by Britt Miller, the linebacker, number 44.
Illinois bringing some of their own pressure. This is a very poor attempt by Chauncey Washington to try to pick up the blitz. Watch Miller goes right around him. Chauncey Washington just dove and missed. Made it pretty easy for Miller, who's got great speed for his size. Look at the whiff. Miller says, I will take that sack every single time. And that's the thing. If you can get to Booty and disrupt his timing, he doesn't have the mobility to get away from that pressure. 3rd down now for the SC offense.
Needing 20 after the 10-yard loss. Here's McKnight. Dances left. Looks for that sideline.
Is he pretty?
Vontae Davis, a very talented corner coming up on him, but you can just see the explosiveness number 4
I just
possesses.
Love this guy. Everybody in the world recruited this guy last year.
And there's a great book about that, Meat Market by Bruce Feldman. Again, it's Meat Market. If you want to learn everything about the recruiting of Joe McKnight and who was involved, pick up that book.
And you can see why he was recruited by everybody. Every time he gets his hands on the football, you just hold your breath and you wonder if he's going to hit a seam and take it to the house.
A little bit of heat on the long snapper here for the Trojans. Will Collins, remember, he sailed, number 50 sailed one high early.
It's 4 times in a row, Illinois' defense keeping them in this football game and giving them reason to believe that they can come back.
Delay game, number 44 on the offense. That penalty is declined. It remains 4th down.
Trying to keep it short of the end zone. Seal him up inside the 20 if they can. Give himself a little more room. Great. Wojtek, the punter. And he does exactly that. That was down right about the 10-yard line. Fine job. Successfully taking the 5-yard penalty to give him a little more punting room. But can Illinois move the football? We'll find out.
Going to the game this weekend?
Yeah, I'm on the team.
Good one.
Get in here, son. You make this, and everybody's going to know your name, Stevens.
It's Smith, sir.
Exactly.
No one cares who the kicker is until you need it. Kind of like car insurance. Are you in good hands?
Let the bodies dump.
January 25th. Get a great deal on the Dodge you want during the final days of the event of a lifetime.
Get 0% financing on all 08 Dodge vehicles like the full-size Ram pickup.
Plus, make no payments till summer on all Dodge vehicles, including the all-new Grand Caravan.
And the fuel-efficient 30 miles per gallon Dodge Avenger.
Plus, you'll be covered by the best warranty in the business, Dodge's lifetime powertrain warranty.
Get to your Dodge dealer today because the event of a lifetime ends tomorrow.
IBM presents the 25 greatest players ever. Number 1, Red Grange. After being coerced by fraternity brothers to join the Illinois football team, Grange became a legend. After 262 yards and 4 touchdowns in the first 12 minutes of a game against Michigan, he earned his nickname, the Galloping Ghost. IBM, getting it done.
And right now, Illinois could use the Galloping Ghost, if you will, someone to... Yeah,
number 1.
You were looking at me. You think I broadcast all those games?
I was going to reference you. Give me some tips here. Was he a great player?
You know, I later met him when he was an analyst on NFL games.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, he was great. Did a lot of Chicago Bear games. Wonderful, wonderful man, and great football player. First down and 10 now. Here comes Juice.
Throw the football eventually, Illinois.
Option.
Can't do this.
Mendenhall read, and Thomas just doesn't give up the pitch, man. Well, we've talked about the Galloping Ghost. Did you know his second nickname goes back to his hometown? The Wheaton Iceman. Harold Red Grange, one of the legends to come out of Champaign. George Hallis. Go back through the years with him. I think he did a little bit of everything.
You have 3 nicknames. You're pretty special.
Yeah, he is. And he really helped put the show on the road for the National Football League with the barnstorming and everything. Second down now and 14. The Juice going to throw the swing out there to Ben, and Ben's going to be ridden down hard by Clay Matthews. You know, we talk about the trio that starts the games at linebacker. How about the backups? How about Clay Matthews, Thomas Williams, and Maeva?
Well, one of the benefits of having the injuries that they've sustained this year is it's created even more depth because guys have been forced into action to play real minutes. But right now, they're locked in on this running game. And the other thing they're doing, see this in this quarter alone, both offenses have struggled. they're getting off blocks off the perimeter. The Illinois wide receivers cannot block the USC defensive backs.
3rd and 14 needed here as they check the sideline. Not going to pick up 14 with that run against this defense. No way, no how.
Against great defenses today, I know the zone read is kind of the new trend, but without a legitimate vertical passing game to go with it. And I don't mean just once in a while tricking a defense and going play action, but you've got to have the ability to stretch a defense, or everything is with the 5 or 10 yard area. The defense is as talented and as fast as USC and as well coached. They're reading tendencies and running to the football.
Santella back way up at his end zone. McKnight at midfield from the 49-yard line to the middle. The Illini hold their lanes, push him out of bounds on that far side. So for John David Moody and this Trojan offense, a short field. The Illini defense trying to hold them in this game, but it'll be tough on this next series.
Yo, I'm right here.
Basketball. They need the mirrors.
I'm back. Still ain't got no game.
It's amazing. It's the mirrors.
DLP HD TV. Millions of tiny mirrors take motion blur out of sports action.
Visit Circuit City and CircuitCity.com for amazing deals on select DLP HD TVs.
Coming in January, Grey's Anatomy returns with an all-new episode.
Do you want me to stand here talking to you or save your baby's life?
An all-new Grey's Anatomy, Thursday, January 10th after an all-new Ugly Betty on ABC.
John Saunders, Craig James, and Doug Flutie. We are here at the Rose Bowl. Halftime is coming up. The Pontiac G8 halftime report. All the rest of the New Year's Day bowl games. Plus, we're going to have a look back at this first half.
Well, you know, Illinois' defense, in my opinion, playing pretty good. And that Illinois offense, that spread offense, is more like a set offense. They got some plays they need to run. We got some trickery.
They haven't thrown the ball across the line of scrimmage, and they already had 2 big breaks and didn't take advantage of them.
All right, we'll see you at halftime right now. Let's go back up to Brent and Kirk.
John, I missed the memo. Nathan Detroit is now your tailor for you 3 guys, huh? And here is Stephon Johnson. He gets them deep stripes.
Those are looking good down there. You know, first 2 drives, this game started so fast for USC. 2 quick touchdowns, and you thought this is going to be a huge day, and it still may be a huge day, but give credit, as Craig mentioned, to the Illinois defense. These last 4 drives, they came up with a turnover. They forced 3 straight punts, but now, again, they're getting closer and closer, backed up to their own end zone.
Flips it out wide for a 1st and 10, Osbury. Physically, he looks as good as any receiver in the country, but they've been unable to develop him. And David Osbury is a freshman.
You've been talking about this guy for 3 days. I knew when 9 got his hands on the ball, you were going to be pumped. He does look the part, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah. He looks the Jarrett part.
He sure does. 6'4", 225-pound freshman. But that, to me, this year, they've had more physical presence on the outside at receiver, but not the big playability.
Now they come back with Johnson. And it is time for our favorite duck, because it is time for the Aflac trivia question. Happy New Year, Duck. All right, Illinois last played in the Rose Bowl in 1984 against UCLA. Who was the MVP of that game. Mike White brought the Illini out here, and
Jack Trudeau and the boys.
Yeah.
Rick Neuheisel, right?
David Williams was at the wide receiver.
David Williams, number 1.
You bet. Second down and 8. Washington back in as the tailback. Jammed. Dances back to the right. Got a first down out of it. Inside the 10 to the 8-yard line. Kevin Mitchell. Finally forcing him out of bounds down there, but the Trojans here with a first and goal.
This is a defense that likes to slant and angle quite a bit. They slanted the right way. They have this play closed, but they didn't close the gate here on the backside, and it allowed the nice room here for the running back, Chauncey Washington, who used his eyes to be able to see this play was going nowhere and had the presence of mind to cut that back, and there was nobody left on the backside, and another big gain for SC.
Washington scored the Trojans' first touchdown. Still battling his way toward the goal line. It'll be second down and goal from about the 3.
Even though the last 4 drives have not gone well, you still, even from up here, sense the confidence from USC. Why not? You're rotating second and third team receivers and running backs into the game. Guys are staying fresh. They just continue to put more and more pressure on any defense that they face.
Johnson off to the left. Thompson, the H-back look. Banging to the end zone. Touchdown. Chauncey Washington's second touchdown of the game. The inability of the Illinois offense to pick up first downs gives the Trojans excellent field position after that punt.
It's great blocking up front. Havili cuts back to the backside and picks up Steele. That was the key block that opened it up for Chauncey Washington. And that time it was good old-fashioned Big Ten style. 3 yards in a cloud of dust, moving the ball down the field right there on the Illini.
David Beeler adds the extra point, and the men of Troy lead by 21.
There are 380,000 NCAA student athletes. And most of us will go pro
in something other than sports.
In something other than sports. Go to ncaastudent.org to find out how.
All right, let's take you back now to the Aflac trivia question. Illinois last played here in 1984 against UCLA. Who was the MVP of that game? He's been very much in the news, especially here in Southern California. Rick Neuheisel, the new UCLA coach. 4 touchdown passes, 2 of them in that game to Carl Durrell, the man that he replaced as head coach. Here is one of those. And he hit Carl again, so an amazing piece of trivia. There is Rick Neuheisel's name. Coach Donahue beating Coach White, and look who is here, making his presence felt already. And he knows what he's got to do. He's got to stir things up in Southern California against Pete Carroll.
I talked to him earlier this afternoon, and he said, I'm going to go to the game, sit up in the stands and enjoy it, and watch this game and realize this is the goal. This is the goal to get to the Rose Bowl.
They're starting to dance already, and
not even to halftime.
No,
already breaking out the dance. Come on, fellas.
Fielded in the end zone, take a knee. So let's go to Lisa with Coach Neuheisel. Nice to have him back.
Hey, Brent, I'm here with Coach. Coach, welcome back to Los Angeles. I read in the paper today that you just have a calm about this job. What do you mean by that?
Well, having done it before at 2 great schools, Colorado and Washington, I know there's a whole lot of things to do, but I know that there's time to do them. There's some urgency involved, but I don't have this this hurry up feeling. I know we can take our time and make the good decisions so that we get it right the first time.
Now, you've already put the target right on USC. You've said you know, we're not going to be satisfied till we're here on New Year's Day in Pasadena. We got to even the score with those guys across town. They sound like fighting words, don't they?
Well, you can't exist in this city without competing with USC. They are the rival across town. They're obviously a very successful program. They're having another great day today against Illinois. For UCLA to be what we want to be, we've got to fight them tooth and nail. So might as well act like that's what we're going to set out to do.
Now, I know you didn't like the way things ended at your last 2 college jobs. What did you have to say to UCLA to try to calm their fears and reassure them that none of that drama would happen to you?
Just to assure them that I've learned from my mistakes. I take ownership in them, but they're in my past. And I know I can do things the right way, and I'm thrilled to death to be able to do just that here at UCLA.
We look forward to next season.
All right, Lisa.
Welcome back, Coach.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Hey, Lisa, I was wondering if you can ask Rick if he's got any pass plays he might be able to signal down there to Illinois.
Kirk is asking if you have any passing plays to help out the Illini.
Tell them they need to start on first down. Let's get a couple throws on first down.
Exactly. Thank you.
You know, there is some gossip going around, and of course he would like to keep Walker, who was a fine, but there is some gossip that this young man might go back to his alma mater as the defensive coordinator. You'd like to respond to that, Kirk?
I think Dwayne,
I know you're big on these coaching stories.
I'm just telling you what you're beautiful with
Happy
that.
New Year.
I think Dwayne Walker will go to Washington with Tyrone Willingham, and I do think Ken Norton will end up as a defensive coordinator for Rick.
Juice going deep now for the Illini. Out of bounds, incomplete. And
here's the first and 10 pass. Here's the first and 10 pass that we've been waiting for to see. And the reason that is important is it makes the USC defense realize that play is there and that you have to respect the ability of a big, tall receiver like Cumberland, who's 6'5", who can get downfield in a hurry. Cumberland is a guy that they want to try to get the football to. Finish the year strong with 4 catches at 131 yards and a touchdown against Northwestern. Athletically, he matches up here with this USC secondary.
2nd and 10. Here comes the blitz. Juice gets it off, complete, goes back to Cumberland. Now Cumberland was a converted tight end, and he's another big wideout, and he could make his presence felt in practice. He was alive, and this is what they got to do, just what you've been saying.
Again, athletically, he's out of Brookhaven High School in Columbus, Ohio. Very, very talented player. A guy who, you mentioned tight end, I don't think he bought into playing tight end because he looks at himself as a skilled player, a guy that wants to be on the outside, who can make plays one-on-one. And we were talking at a break, Illinois not really equipped to get down 21-0 and to fight their way back. I think it's very important they come away with some points here before halftime.
All right, working on a 1st and 10 with a minute and a half. Accurate right in the middle of that zone to Brian Gamble, another talented freshman. So the passing game sparking this drive, but the Trojans a little soft defensively on this series.
It's not like Pete Carroll's defense to be soft. They're still bringing pressure. They that time blitzed Clay Matthews. He's just not able to get in there, and by blitzing Matthews and by Illinois picking it up, it vacated a zone and allowed Illinois to be able to throw the football on the backside right behind it, and they get it to the true freshman Gamble.
From the 23-yard line, Juice checks that sideline. Blitz him again. Got there this time. Battling his way in was Ray Malawaluga again. Wow. That's his 3rd sack of the first half.
This time they go right through Mendenhall. Malaluga comes right through. Look at this. Boom. Goes right through the running back Mendenhall and gets to Juice Williams.
Juice going deep, and it's interference. He caught it anyway, I think. Cumberland battling inside the 5-yard line. They wave it off?
Waved it off. Ball, I think, was being bobbled.
There are 2 flags down there.
Pass interference. Number 24 on the defense. 15-yard penalty from the line of scrimmage. First down.
Let's take a replay look at this one now.
See if that ball is being bobbled, if he ever has control while his feet were trying to get down. It's a great effort by Cumberland. He's fighting back and forth. He has the football, and then because it came down as his left foot's down, and I don't think he secured the ball, but nonetheless, they get the pass interference call.
In the red zone with an automatic first down. Bringing the freshman around, faking, going end zone too deep. Second down and 10.
Well, we've been calling for the passing game as we've continued to talk in this first half, throughout the first half. And obviously when you're down 21 and you get inside the 2-minute drill, you start to throw. But it's the first time today that we've seen this USC defense a bit perplexed. Hands on their hips, looking around. Not saying they can't come up with a big play or a big turnover. They're going to continue to blitz Juice Williams. It's the first time they're actually having to think and having to react.
Second down and 10. Dancing to the left. Steps out of bounds, stops the clock. 50 seconds left here in the first half.
Yeah, a field goal, in my opinion, is not going to help you. Sure, you get on the board, maybe helps morale going in at halftime. You need a touchdown. If you're here to get into this game and win it and try to convince yourself that you can still win this game. It's a team that was down 23-6 to Missouri in their opening game of the year in the second half and came back to win. If you want to try to get yourself to buy in and believe you can win it, then I think it's essential you come up with a touchdown.
Yeah, that opener in St. Louis, Missouri, winning that night. Third down and 5. Dances away from trouble. Throws it incomplete. And here comes fourth down with 42 seconds remaining. And Coach Zook has decided he's going to try to get on the board. Rita trots out onto the field. He does not want to come up completely empty-handed. He has made the call. Let's eliminate the goose egg. Let's regroup. And again, I'm going to stop the Trojans here in the last 40 seconds. John David Booty can get down the field in a hurry. It's a 28-yard attempt. He has missed one already. And now the Illini are on the scoreboard. So they're not shut out here in the first half. Well, Sunday at 9, 8 Central on ABC. Desperate Housewives kicks off the new year with an all-new episode in the aftermath of a disaster. All the lives on Wisteria Lane are forever changed. Followed by the new series preview of Kashmir Mafia. Kashmir Mafia. Opens up all sorts of possibilities when you think about that one. However, back to college football. Big win. Let's talk about Lloyd Carr. Congratulations to the outgoing coach of Michigan. Went out a winner. Big, tough victory against Florida today.
You knew Michigan was backed into a corner. Nobody gave them much of a chance at all to compete with the Gators in this game in Orlando, and they came out swinging. They really played determined on offense. Defense came up with the plays that they had to late, and to be able to send out Lloyd Carr a winner, to see the celebration you and I were watching from upstairs, you can only imagine what's been going through the mind of these players during this transitional period. But Tim Tebow, at the end of the game, couldn't come up with the plays, and it's Henne and the Wolverines who get it done.
Heisman hangover. My stats man George Hill for the third consecutive year. Tim Tebow, Troy Smith, and Reggie Bush have gone down in flames.
I think we could probably continue to go back, and you could find a lot of Heisman Trophy winners that, for whatever reason, has struggled, whether it's the pressure or what have you. But today, I think it was just a determined Michigan football team. So much for the Big Ten can't run with the SEC. I think it shows you about determination and attitude and how that affects you when you show up to a bowl game. Florida got some of their own medicine today.
Ronald Johnson, there is a flag down on this kickoff. And still darting out to the 38, but there is a flag down. We got a couple of them. We got yellow all over the place. 21-3. The Illinois defense has played well here today.
Oh, sure,
when you think about it overall.
Well, especially the way the game started. I mean, remember the trick play? You're down 14-0 against one of the best teams, if not the best team in the country. And 4 or 5 series in a row, they definitely have stepped up. but the field continued to tilt off of special teams and the punt, and it just continued to get further and further back, and you wonder how much Illinois has gotten worn out on the defensive side of the ball.
Remember when you showed that blitz by Malabaluga when he blew Mendenhall up?
Yeah.
Coaching staff of Illinois tells me that's why he should go back to Champaign next year and not to the NFL.
Offsides on the kicking team. Illegal block in the back on the receiving team. The penalty's offset. The ball will be re-kicked.
So we got to do over.
Yeah, Malabaluga is known, Brent, for that vicious hit last year on Patrick Cowan against UCLA. It's kind of how he got on the map nationally, but anybody who follows the entire country of college football knows how good he is because he's so versatile, so powerful, and so fast. And I think instinctively he continues to get better, and there's a big question for him. Junior year, 3 sacks today.
There's no question for him.
Well, not so much if he's coming out or not. I think we know that. But how high does he go?
Well, it's interesting. Where do you put an inside linebacker in the list? I mean, how do you rate it against quarterbacks, running backs? It'll be interesting to see where these fellows go.
Remember when Junior Seau played at USC?
Great player.
The combination of all those skills, the power, the quickness, the instincts. He could rush the quarterback. He could defend the run. He just did everything. I mean, he was one of the best linebackers ever to play in college football. Was he on that list?
Future Hall of Famer.
He should be on that.
Absolutely.
That list.
Covered up at the 29-yard line. And Eli Stone, Thursday, January 31st at 10/9 Central, new series premiere. Johnny Lee Miller is Eli Stone, so it's right after the season premiere of Lost.
A lot of good stuff coming up. It shows you'll be working some hoops.
Don't forget Ohio State and Illinois Thursday night on ESPN.
Yeah, before you head to New Orleans, right? Get ready for a little ESPN radio.
Do a little radio down there.
We'll have some fun.
That'll be a great scene down there. LSU and Ohio State. Champions of the SEC and the Big Ten. Chauncey Washington back in now. 2nd and 10, and I'm sure the Trojans are just run this out now and take it on in to the locker room, leading 21-3. A very strong first half performance. Zook and the Illini need to regroup, especially offensively. And let's go with Lisa, who's with Coach Zook.
Thanks, Brent. Coach, you opted to go for 3 on that last drive, but the offense has been struggling. What's been giving your guys the most problem?
Well, I think, number one, we're killing ourselves on both sides of the football. We're not playing the way we're capable. I think we got to settle down and play. I mean, we're not getting the blocks. We're having trouble on the outside in the perimeter game. We got to make sure we block on the perimeter. We're just not settled down and playing the way we're capable of playing.
Now, if the offense continues to struggle in the second half, might we see Eddie McGee?
There's a chance of that, but I don't think we're going to. I think each series we've gotten a little bit better. Now we just got to settle down and play.
Thanks a lot, Coach.
All right, Lisa. Thank you. Stay tuned for the Pontiac G8 halftime report. John Saunders, Craig James, and Doug Flutie after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
The new Dell XPS M1330, designed for performance. Powered by Intel Centrino Duo. Dell, yours is here.
Having trouble getting to work after a car accident? One call to Farmers Help Point could fix that. Farmers Help Point. Sanity makes a comeback.
Bring your favorite team home with Glidden Team Colors paint. The true colors of true fans. Team Colors paint, exclusively from Glidden and only at the Home Depot.
No one ever got lost on a Thursday night until now. Thursday, January 31st. Find yourself lost.
Are we really going home?
Yeah. At 8/7 Central, a new Lost special to kick off the best season of Lost yet.
We have to go back!
And at 9/8 Central, the most anticipated premiere of the new year, Lost is back.
Whatever they came for, it isn't us.
The Lost 2-hour premiere event. Thursday, January 31st, starting at 8/7 Central on ABC.
4 tribes cut themselves a Sacramento deal for one of the largest casino expansions in history, far beyond the modest increase voters were promised. Deals that give away too much to the richest, most powerful tribes and let them calculate what they'll share with the state. Then the big 4 tribes tried to keep their deals off the ballot because they know when voters get the chance, we're going to say no deal.
Hi, I'm News 10's Angel Cardenas. From our family to yours, happy holidays from News 10.
Welcome back to the Pontiac G8 halftime report from here in the Rose Bowl. Time now for a listen to the Spirit of Troy Trojan Marching Band with their director, Dr. Art Bartner. The Trojan Marching Band doing what the Trojans have been doing. That's marching and dancing and singing all over the field. John Saunders, Craig James, and Doug Flutie. If you're going to beat a team like USC, you're going to need a little bit of luck, and you're going to have to make some luck of your own. Illinois did neither.
Yeah, when it jumps out there and it's an opportunity for you, you better jump on it here. You know, when Ron Zook goes back and looks at the film, this will be a team where they look and say, hey, in the first half, we had a chance. This early in the ball game, the ball that was hit, the ball comes out, and it's one of those 50-50. Is it a fumble or not? But that's an opportunity they could have had. And then the missed field goal. You just can't afford not to collect points early in a game when you're down there and they're given to you. In my opinion, though, this ball game all hinges on this fact here. Juice Williams is not running the spread like it's supposed to be run. He's not a threat to run the football. He has got to take the football and make yards with it with his legs and beat the linebackers. If he doesn't do that, they're going to stonewall Rashard Mendenhall, and they'll go nowhere with this offense.
On the flip side of that, USC's been aggressive on defensive control and getting the ball back in John David Booty's hands, moving the football, especially early on, making it look easy. They ran some bootlegs here. Chauncey Washington takes it in from 8 yards out on the pass from Booty. They made it look easy early. They came out, had their best scripted plays, came out with a double pass. Green looks like a quarterback, takes a big shot, just lays it out for the touchdown. it looked easy. The flip, I can do without the flips. Kick that kid off the sideline. Don't let him play the rest of the game as far as I'm concerned. But USC, they're faster, quicker out on the field, both offensively and defensively, controlling the pace of the game.
Sometimes, you can sit there and you can talk all the X's and O's that you want to talk. But when one team is superior to the other team, there's nothing you can do about it. You're at a different level of football.
All right, when we come back, we're going to talk about what second-half adjustments Illinois can make. We're also going to talk about the other New Year's Day games here as we continue on the Pontiac G8 Halftime Report.
The Pontiac G8 Halftime Report, brought to you by the first ever G8 from Pontiac, the official performance machine of the NCAA.
You hear car, and what comes to mind? Okay, that's not car. And it's not 2 tons of metal, glass, and rubber. Car, the reason you got your license in the first place. The way you felt about your first car. It makes a kid pick up a crayon. And toy companies make these out of one of these. Car is why we'll stop for a chase scene. Or go just to go. It's back seats and rear-wheel drive. Car is passion, emotion, and yes, even a little vanity. Because unlike other vehicles, car is all about you. And car is what makes a Pontiac a Pontiac. Whether it's the Solstice GXP, G6 GXP Coupe, or coming this spring, the first ever Pontiac G8 GT, the most powerful car under 30 grand.
Excellence means one thing. We need to be always striving to be better, always striving to hire faculty that will raise the level of the institution, always striving to deliver a better product. The University of Illinois is one of the nation's great public universities, and on our watch, it's getting even better.
What if we could choose students with the highest character, intellect, talent, and a drive for the greater good? Students whose grades and SATs tell only a fraction of their story. What if we could choose students who could go anywhere? At USC, we can and do choose these students. In turn, they've made this university better, rising farther and faster than any other in national rankings. For that, we'd like to say thank you.
You're welcome.
Pontiac G8 halftime report. 21-3 is the score at halftime. Chauncey Washington punching this one across, showing his power to get into the end zone, and that's part of that 21-3 lead. John Saunders, Craig James, and Doug Flutie. More on that game in a moment. But other games being played today, or actually they're not being played right now. They're actually already done. But the Capital One was one of those games. Lloyd Carr on his way out as head coach, and incoming is, as Craig called him, the happiest man in the building.
That's
Rich
a cheerleader,
Rodriguez.
man. Rich Rodriguez is thinking, holy mackerel, I get this football team, Tim Tebow, early on. Just a matter of getting the ball to the outside. Great receivers that get the ball in the end zone.
Andre Caldwell there. Percy Harvin, little trick here around the end, takes it in. Harvin, 13 carries for 165 yards and a touchdown. It was 35-31, but then Chad Henne finds Adrian Arrington.
It was a downfield passing by Chad Henne, threw a few posts for touchdowns, came back at the end of the ballgame to take the lead with just under 2 minutes to go.
Lloyd Carr comes out with a victory in his final game. Out back, another Big Ten team, Wisconsin facing Tennessee. Eric Ainge, 31 yards to Brad Cotton. And he goes in for the touchdown. 21-7 is the lead for Tennessee. Tyler Donovan had a rough day and a good day.
He had a rough day. He got hit a whole lot, but he was very tough and resilient. Comes in for the touchdown pass to start to get Wisconsin back in the game. But their defense had to really step up here at the end of the ball game. Donovan with a chance to go in and maybe for a touchdown to win it. The receivers got to go make him play for the football. Defensive back wins the battle, so does Tennessee.
Gator Bowl. Mikael Simpson, 96-yard touchdown here. This is an NCAA bowl record. Look at the speed breakaway.
Absolutely amazing. 96-yard touchdown run. The Virginia defense, 2 safeties on the day. They controlled the pace of the game all the way down into the fourth quarter.
And then the final seconds of the game, Alex Strelica, 41-yard field goal to win the game for Tech.
Yeah, Tech last year had a huge comeback in a bowl win, so now 2-0 under some pretty extreme. They were down 28-14
in the fourth.
Cotton Bowl. Arkansas's quarterback Casey Dick. His pass is tipped by Sean Weatherspoon, intercepted by William Moore. He returns it 26 yards, 28-0. But it was Tony Temple's day, 40 yards here.
Doug and I are sitting here throughout the day saying, man, Temple again, how many yards does he have? 280-plus yards, that's a record. 4 touchdowns, a record. The guy was running all over Arkansas. He looked like Darren McFadden today. McFadden didn't look like McFadden, neither did Arkansas. Missouri, a BCS quality type team, should have probably been in a BCS bowl game.
You know, we're usually talking about Chase Daniel in the passing game, and Tony Temple averaging over 12 yards a carry today. It's an amazing effort up front.
All right, you talk about Missouri being a team that probably belonged in a BCS game. There's a lot of people that have argued that maybe Illinois didn't belong in a BCS game. Certainly towards the end of the second half, they got that field goal to get back in the game, but they have clearly been outmatched.
Well, Eddie McGee may come in at quarterback. You know what? And you heard Coach Zook talk about that. You got to make a change. The example I gave you earlier about Juice Williams not running the football is real. 1st and 10, and they're over there, and they have a chance. He throws the ball out of the end zone. It's now it's 2nd and 10. Then he runs finally. Now it's 3rd and 5. Well, it could have been 2nd and 5. You just got to have a quarterback with that type of offense that beats the defense, and he hadn't been doing it.
I think the major problem is there's no pass threat. They need to get some 1st and 2nd down passing. USC, even their corners are playing run first. Everyone's flying up to the line of scrimmage. I think you need to be able to have a downfield passing attack, at least a threat to throw the ball in order to open it up for the running game.
And the other thing that I think of here in this deal, if we're in the locker room with our teammates, I would say to them, look, fellas, it's 21-3. Let's go out and have fun. Let's not press, but let's play competitively. I didn't see a sting about Illinois. I didn't see a feistiness about them on the football field.
They did have a few sacks. They did make a few plays on D. Early on, they looked shell-shocked, but then they started to come around.
They do have a good defense. Defense has done a heck of a job for Illinois.
That's right. 21-3 is the score, although it could have been much worse. More halftime coming up after this.
Appalachian State is a finalist for the Pontiac Game-Changing Performance of the Year. The Mountaineers have already won a $5,000 scholarship from Pontiac for this block field goal to upset Michigan. Vote now at Pontiac.com/NCAA to help decide the winner of the $100,000 Pontiac Game-Changing Performance of the Year, which will be announced at the BCS National Championship Game January 7th.
There are 380,000 NCAA student athletes. And most of us will go pro in something other than sports. In something other than sports. Go to ncaastudent.org to find out how.
10 elite universities stretching across 4 western states. Steeped in the values of academic excellence, driven by the mission of being the nation's premier athletic conference. The destination for student athletes competing at the highest level. The Pac-10, the Conference of Champions.
Dig. When the Big Ten hits, the fans get seismic.
They're waiting for the tip-off.
The ball beat on painted wood, the 1,000 thumps pounding primal.
Big Ten excitement distilled into 40 hungry minutes.
A tradition of epic competition where diehards play even harder.
Bumping game speed to blur. Every fan's voice hits maximum scream.
Every player speaks fluent love of the game, and when the final buzzer sounds,
every ounce of energy
has been turned into magic. Magic.
Hi, I am Dustin.
And I'm Chuck.
Special Olympics has empowered me and my friends not only to be great athletes, but leaders in our community.
If you're a fan of sports that create unity, athletes who inspire, coaches who develop character, and connections that foster acceptance, then you're already a fan of Special Olympics. Thank you, City, ESPN, and the Tournament of Roses for inviting us here today. And we invite all of you to become a fan.
visit SpecialOlympics.org.
Here at the Rose Bowl. The University of Illinois Marching Band performing here at halftime with Illinois trailing 21-3. So let's listen in under the direction of Pete Griffin. We'll be back with the second half of the Rose Bowl game, presented by Citi, right after this message.
The Pontiac G8 Halftime Report, brought to you by the first ever G8 from Pontiac, the official performance machine of the NCAA. We'll be back with the second half after this word from our ABC stations.
From the News 10 Web Center, I'm Jonathan Mumm. We hope 2008 has started off well for you. Here's a quick look at what's topping news10.net right now. New Year's Day is a sports fan's dream. About a half a dozen bowl games are scheduled today, including the Rose Bowl. It kicked off with the 119th annual Tournament of Roses parade in Pasadena. 1 million people lined the streets to take it all in. And a familiar face to the News 10 family could be seen. Former sports anchor Dana Jacobson co-hosted the coverage on ABC. Well, in spite of countless warnings and a major crackdown by law enforcement, people still got behind the wheel last night after having too much to drink. A family of 6 was on their way home from a New Year's celebration when their car was hit near the intersection of Elk Grove Boulevard and Bradshaw Road. A 19-year-old woman was killed and her 5-year-old brother is in critical condition. The driver of the other car fled the scene on foot, but police did catch him a short distance away. He's been arrested on murder, felony drunk driving, and felony hit-and-run charges. And we'll have much more on this story in a live report on News 10 at 6. News 10 at 5 will not be seen tonight. Immediately following the game, we'll bring you a special edition of News 10. Then I'll bring you the best of California Postcard in high definition. Until then, enjoy the second half of the game and have a great afternoon.
Thinking green for the holidays? Then think Honda, the greenest car company in America. With fuel-efficient models like the Pilot, CR-V, and Ridgeline, you can do good for the environment, get great gas mileage, and still get a great truck. And right now, during Happy Honda Days, you can lease a new Pilot for just $259 a month. But hurry, this offer ends soon. See your Northern California Honda dealer today.
Think Honda for the holidays. It's Happy Honda Days.
In my younger days, I made lots of mistakes. I hung out with the wrong people. Got into some bad habits. I neglected my relationships. The drinking was the worst. Now I'm older. I take better care of myself. Things are looking up.
Kaiser Permanente.
thrive.
California fire chiefs strongly support the state's new gaming agreements with 4 Southern California Indian tribes. The tribes agreed to pay California a much higher percentage of their gaming revenues, providing billions to help fund fire and emergency response and other public services statewide. Our state faces serious budget problems, so we really need these new revenues. The California Fire Chiefs Association supports new Indian gaming agreements. They're good for public safety, good for local communities, and good for our state. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer.
I'm Olivia.
Happy holidays from News 10.
We welcome you back to the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi with USC of the Pac-10 leading Illinois of the Big Ten 21-3. And we get ready, Kirk Herbstreit with Juice Williams warming up down there on the sideline. He has got work to do here. 79 total yards for their offense.
We're watching him warm up throwing the football, and maybe we'll see more of that in the second half. He threw for 55 yards in the first half. 39 of those came on that final 2-minute drive when they moved the ball down the field. So it's been a one-dimensional attack for Juice Williams and this Illinois offense. Our Home Depot coaching adjustments are they've got to get the ball vertical. They've got to get it downfield because SC has locked into Juice Williams and Mendenhall in the first half and really forced Illinois to play in a position where they're in a discomfortable position offensively. And the way to get back in this game, if you're Illinois, you're kicking off to John David Booty and USC. They've got to make another big play on defense to get the ball back to Juice Williams to see if they're ready to make the adjustments.
Jason Reeder kicks off to start the second half. Desmond Reed, who scored one of their 3 touchdowns for the Trojans, is short of the 20-yard line. And we check in down below with Lisa Salters. Lisa.
Well, Brent, I just spoke to Pete Carroll, and he told me that he likes the way his team is flying around on defense. And he said offensively we're playing solidly as well, but we have to execute in this second half. We've got to keep the pressure on Illinois. I was able to talk to Patrick Turner on the way out of the locker room. You know that Patrick isn't playing in this game, but I asked him what Carroll told the guys in the locker room, and he said he just told the guys, don't let up. Don't wait around to see what happens in this game. Keep pounding these guys. Brent?
So on the first play, you could see Turner, who's not even in uniform here today. Did not play much down the stretch. Had been their leading receiver for a time. And Davis with a big first down to start the second half. And they get him going against Jay Lehman that time.
Well, that is exactly the way USC wants to attack this Illinois offense, is spread them out and allow the tight end, the best in the country in Fred Davis, to get one-on-one in space against Jay Lehman. SC will take that matchup every single time because of the speed and versatility of Freddie Davis.
Center Matt Spanos leads him up out of the huddle. Davis won the Mackey Award as the best tight end in college football this year. Booty, pocket stays clean, comes right back to him. And Davis across midfield, 2 catches, and they feature the senior from Toledo.
So in this type of offense, where you're under center, you've got a tight end, you've got 2 backs, 2 receivers, for the most part, this West Coast offense, you can still spread out a defense horizontally and vertically by your formations and by your route running. First 2 plays, it's exactly what Steve Sarkisian wants. The adjustment is spread them out, attack the Illini defense in the interior against those linebackers.
So 18 and 15 yards to open the second half. Booty with a deep drop, got a man open. Fires high and incomplete, and curling was David Osbury.
But he'd love to have that one back because first 2 plays attacking the middle of that Illinois defense. Illinois very conscious of that, so it opened up the outside. It was a good read, just a poor throw that time by John David.
Vidal Hazelton checks in. Dale Thompson, the other tight end. Rachel and Byers, the guards. Down in that offensive line. Here's Chauncey. He is stacked, and this will bring up 3rd and long. So Britt Miller, the junior from Decatur, leading the D that time.
Yeah, this defensive line, it's really the strength of the Illinois defense. And I want to reiterate, they're a defensive front that loves to take chances by slanting. And they continue to guess right. This time they slanted in the exact same direction that Washington was running the football, and he had nowhere to go.
You know, we have not even mentioned Martez Wilson yet. He's one of the finest young linebackers in the Big Ten. Number 2, recruited out of the Chicago area. He is just now checked in. 3rd down and 11. Receiver fell, and it'll be 4th down. It was Davis was the intended target. And there you see Martez on the field. He is a young man with a tremendous upside. 6'4", 236, came out of Simeon High School.
Without a doubt, the most gifted, physically the most gifted player on the Illini defense. Just a young player. They're hoping to try to get him 30 snaps today.
Warren is back deep. Fields it on one hop and snagged at the 11-yard line. Sharice Wright, number 24, making a fine tackle for the Trojans.
Oh my goodness. It's the kind of place you need to know someone to get in. But we finally got reservations. The service was fantastic. The wine list was phenomenal. The food was tiny.
It's like elf food.
Oh gosh, I'm so hungry. So we got some more. A lot more.
Whatever your story is, your Citi card can help you write it. Citi, let's get it done.
Treadmill on.
Blinds close.
Store open?
Not everything responds to your voice like Sync. Introducing Sync.
Play artists, The Strokes.
Voice activate your MP3 player, Bluetooth phone,
Call home.
Hello, and more. Sync, powered by Microsoft, exclusively on new Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury vehicles.
I don't think you're supposed to put coins in there.
Want to get away? Now you can. With Southwest Airlines Internet Specials, you can fly to over 60 destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99. Purchased by January 21st.
You are now free to move about the country.
It's the cry for help that moved us all. Sunday, the aftermath on an all-new episode.
Why can't we hear them?
An all-new Desperate Housewives. Sunday at 9/8 Central on ABC. Start here.
This ESPN production available on ABC HD, presented by Olivia. Oh, yeah. Young fans, join the action here. Happy New Year to everybody. We start 2008. Hard to believe it came around that quickly, huh? Here we go now. We'll see what the Illini can do down 21-3. Can they generate some kind of an offense? Rushed for only 24, passed for only 55 in that first half. Open up with 9 yards, and I will tell you that Jeff Cumberland, the 6'5" receiver from Columbus, and here we go, throwing on first down.
Throw that football on 1st and 10 and throw it to 17 and White. The guy can get out there and make plays. These first half drives, not pretty. Not only the punts, missed field goal opportunity after the big interception, and then late after the 11-play drive, most of it through the air, 39 of it through the air. Field goal attempt where they weren't able to come up with a touchdown, but I like it. First play of the second half. I know they're down. At least they're throwing the football.
Run for the first down. Mendenhall breaks it. Got a wide receiver out in front to block for him. Going for the end zone. Touchdown, Illini.
Brent, 79 yards on the carry that time for Mendenhall. The pass on the first play, and then a great read this time by Juice Williams has Rivers out of position. And what speed by Mendenhall in the open field. Remember that defense that he's running against there in the open field, and he left most of them behind him. Illinois and Mendenhall putting USC right back into this game. It's exactly what they needed to do to get themselves to believe they got a chance to come back and win this game, down 11.
Oh my God. Yes.
You know, I'm gonna hello. Entire sticks.
It's all right. Yeah, no, you're gonna. I can't believe you're on 81 Broadway in Brooklyn.
Well, I'm glad you guys are taking us along with you.
Hello?
Hey, Sarah, do you want us to get you something to go?
The panoramic Vista roof in the 24 miles per gallon 2008 Ford Edge.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Wouldn't you like to get away?
A taste so rich and decadent, it belongs in the dessert aisle. Diet Dr. Pepper. There's nothing diet about it.
Create your own instant replays. Get the best HD DVR free. It's better than TiVo. For a limited time, get these great premium channels free for 3 months. You get $100 instant credit on your first bill. Never miss anything when you have a Dish DVR from Dish Network.
Exclusive coverage of the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi on ABC. Brought to you by Citibank. Whatever your story is, your Citi card can help you write it. Citi, let's get it done. Sync, the in-car technology that voice activates your MP3 player, Bluetooth phone, and more. Diet Dr. Pepper. Treat yourself to the rich, decadent taste. There's nothing diet about it. And Allstate, proud sponsors of college football. Are you in good hands?
Lowry's Beef Bowl, one of the great traditions, and Rashard Mendenhall enjoyed dining at Lowry's. And you know, folks, with that 79-yard burst, he equaled the entire offensive output of the first half. That's right.
There's life on the sideline.
79 yards total, and with one running play, he equals it. Rita with the ball on the tee that'll be fielded at the 13-yard line by Johnson. Johnson cuts for a seam, and he is penalty flag thrown on the flags on the play, so hold on now. Let's get this sorted out.
During the return, illegal block in the back, number 14 on the return team, 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, first down.
This is a great look at the zone read and how it works. Here's the read for Juice Williams as his back comes through. Watch the block here to seal it, and a poor angle by Keith Rivers, the linebacker, who's in position to make the play and actually just runs by Mendenhall. I'm just impressed with Mendenhall in the open field. He's known as a power back, but here he shows you he could take it 80 yards for a touchdown.
Oh, Brian Gamble gets a huge assist.
Yep.
We've got to follow 26 as a downfield blocker on that play. He kept the safety from getting a hand on Mendenhall. What a job. I don't think I've seen a receiver follow through any better than that. Now, heat's on the Trojans for the first time. 21-10, they dominated the first half. Chauncey Washington is the running back. Steps behind the right side of the offensive line for 9 yards behind Rachel and Radovich before Steele makes the stop. Here's your offensive leaders now. Booty in that first half did have that one intercepted. Mike Knight, of course, he's the player that Illinois must keep an eye on. With a tight end and a fullback, their leading receivers, The explosive one is the running back, McKnight. You don't have to worry too much about the wideouts. By now, Illinois knows that. They can hone in now, but McKnight is someone they must identify when he comes on the field. 2nd down and 2. Motion out of the backfield. Use the fullback heavily for the 1st down to the 31-yard line.
This is a trademark of an outstanding football team. They've dominated. SC has dominated this football game, and all of a sudden Illinois comes back with a big play to start this 2nd half. The Illinois crowd gets back into the game. There's a penalty that pushes them even further back. This is where they show their experience of being in these kind of games, and we'll see if the youthful Illinois defense, who's played very well throughout this game, can come up with another big stop to try to get the ball back to Juice.
Big Sam Baker, 79, is the left tackle. McKnight has checked in now. He's the running back. They step him over behind Baker on that left side. Circle route. Throw by Booty. Got it. Oh, is he explosive to the 49-yard line before Kevin Mitchell can yank him down.
They've done it the entire game, and they're not going to let up until Illinois shows the ability to stop that. McKnight comes here, and then underneath. They're just trying to get their athletic ability against the Illinois linebackers in space. How often do you hear that when you hear teams talk about attacking against Big Ten defenses? They want to get them in space and try to have the athletic ability, the advantage with the speed, and that's what they're doing tonight with Joe McKnight.
Matt Spanos will move out over the ball now. McKnight stays in the game. Flanker screen, nothing doing that time because of a fine play by freshman Marcus Thomas from Chicago.
The true freshman who's known as a guy who just has a great feel and great instincts in cover 2. He goes right by Walker and makes the play. Outstanding instincts by the true freshman that time, Marcus Thomas.
And again, those wide receivers just can't do much. That was Ronald Johnson. He's a freshman from Muskegon, Michigan. 2nd down and 10 now. Johnson Washington back in as the running back behind Booty. Deep drop this time. Underneath, and Chauncey slipping as he came out of the backfield. Made his turn, and this will be 3rd and long for Booty and the Trojans. Fred Davis would be his #1 target. And, of course, Stanley Havili can also come out of that backfield.
Well, here on 3rd down, SC #1 has to protect because Illinois has gotten pressure when they've gotten Booty into 3rd down and long. They've brought linebackers on the pressure. If you look for Davis initially, but also McKnight has checked in to be up here at the slot, the top of the screen.
An empty backfield. 4 down linemen for Illinois. Time for Booty, dropped. Vidal Hazelton, and folks, if there's an Achilles heel on this Trojan team, it's at the wide receiver spot. To quote our friend Rick Pitino, Dwayne Jarrett and Steve Smith are not walking through that door.
They lost the most productive combination, wide receiver combination that they've ever had in school history in Steve Smith and Dwayne Jarrett. By the way, great play that time by Sanders to get a hand in there and deflect that away.
Warren back deep. They want a sure-handed man. Makes the catch at the 19-yard line. So Rashard Mendenhall. What do you do after you run 79 yards? You pedal away on that sideline. He's coming up.
Calling Linda.
Call office. Call Matt. Call Armand. Call Karen.
Calling Karen.
The 2008 Ford Fusion. No matter who you are behind the wheel, the Fusion can handle it.
Cut! Oh, come on, I nailed it. It's a burrito for 99 cents. That's your part.
Uh-huh. We got it.
It's irresistible. 3 cheeses, the sauces, seasoned rice, delicious.
Right. And then I take a bite.
No, you don't eat it. You sit. You're the 9s.
Okay. And then we get to eat it.
No, don't eat it. Don't touch it.
I'm eating it.
Me too. If you eat, I will fire you.
I bet he's great with kids.
Mm-hmm. 3 cheeses, fiesta salsa, and a cheesy zesty kick. It's Taco Bell's half-pound cheesy bean and rice burrito.
For 99 cents!
So I asked my dad where he wanted to go for his 60th birthday. Norway, he said, the land of our ancestors. We drank a pint at Ibsen's favorite pub. We sampled the local fare. We got new sweaters.
I feel like yodeling.
It was the trip of a lifetime, Dad said, until we went to the Hall of Records and discovered we were actually Swedish. 2 tickets to Stockholm, please.
Whatever your story is, your Citi card can help you write it. Citi, let's get it done.
Welcome back to the Rose Bowl game, presented by Citi. Late afternoon in Southern California, and our aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear. Get there on triple tread technology. One of the most gorgeous sights in all of American sport. Traveler and the Trojans with a big first half lead, now trying to hang on. That is Traveler the 7th, folks.
Illinois opened their last drive with a quick throw just to keep USC honest, let them know that they have that ability to throw the football.
The juice for 3. Mays makes a stop. Rashard Mendenhall, that was the longest run in a bowl game for any Illinois running back.
It says a lot how fitting that it's Mendenhall, one of the best backs that we've seen in the Big Ten for a few years, because of his ability to not only run with the power, but as you saw there, when he gets into the open field, he can run away from defenders.
2nd and 7. Juice identifying the Mike linebacker who's over there to the right. Pulls it back out. Drops it in underneath for the first down to Mendenhall, who gets past Malawaluga and breaks down that far sideline. Still cutting back on the inside, and he's tackled just short of the 20-yard line. Rashard Mendenhall.
Not only a huge play, but the way it was designed by Illinois. He wants to get the ball downfield to Cumberland and also Wild, but he checks it down to Mendenhall in space. The SC defense had dropped well back into coverage, and they left Mendenhall all alone underneath, and a good job of recognizing that by Juice Williams.
A 55-yard reception on the heels of his 79-yard run from scrimmage. Now using the fullback, and Wild fumbled it. Wild put it down. The Trojans indicating that they may have recovered this fumble.
If Illinois somehow recovered that, they are very, very fortunate. Let me just say this. This entire football game, we've not seen Wild have his hands in the mesh point at all on the option. That's why it's important. The ball comes out, it's a fumble. Illinois gets it back. But Mendenhall, almost every single time on the zone read tonight, has been in the mesh point. You throw in Wild, who hasn't been in there. There's a little bit of a, are you taking it? Am I taking it? Are you taking it? Who's got it? They're very, very fortunate that time to hold on to the football for the Illinois offense.
Big recovery by Millington, who was shaken up in the first half. Give him high marks. And the umpire, Paul King, was digging his way right down into the middle. This is a Big East crew. Good officiating there. 7:34, play fake. Dufresne's the running back. Juice in the middle is open. Fumble! Going to be recovered in the end zone for a touchback.
Well, the Illinois offense caught a break on the previous play, but not this time.
Jacob Willis, the receiver, and he was wide open. Watch him break free.
Wide open on the backside. Juice finds him again. Maiava, the linebacker, the backup linebacker, knocks that ball loose and into the end zone, and it looks like Cushing recovers it. But Juice Williams looks like a different quarterback here in this second half. Maiava coming in from behind, knocks the ball away. That's just like the drill you work on in practice.
Now can SC's offense move the ball? There's the young man receiving some encouragement on that Illinois sideline. He could get another chance before it's over. First down and 10 now for John David Booty, the senior. Last game for USC. Here's McKnight, the freshman, and he is going down big time. Britt Miller, the junior from Decatur.
What a play by Britt Miller, who just continues to get better as this game goes on. He's got to fight off a block that time by Rochelle, and he not only fights off it, he beats him to the point attack, gets by him, and look who he has to tackle in the open field. Nice play by 44 in white.
Osbury's off to the left side of the formation. Walker to the right. Booty looks to the right. And waved off by the line judge. Fred Davis was the intended target.
If I'm Steve Sarkisian, I will continue to try to find that matchup. And whether it's Havili, the fullback, 31, or it's Davis, the tight end, 83, or it's Joe McKnight, number 4, I want to try to spread the field and continue to pick on the Illinois linebackers in space. That's not their strength. That's how I would continue to try to move the ball down the field.
3rd and 12 against this too deep. Booty throws for a first down, a huge first down. Ronald Johnson, the freshman. Ronald Johnson went to the point about a yard beyond it, and Booty threw a strike.
He threw a strike because he had time to throw, that time on 3rd down, something he has not been afforded very much in this game. Illinois not able to get pressure. Booty hung in there like a veteran, waited and waited for Johnson to finally get to the spot, put the ball on the money, and the Trojans pick up a much-needed first down.
They are only 2 of 8, the Trojans, on 3rd down against this Illini D. On 1st and 10, Booty off play action, throws back to Washington. Martez Wilson runs him out of bounds, and there's a penalty flag. Line judge has a penalty flag.
Big-time hold on Dale Thompson, the tight end, 89, who had checked in for Fred Davis.
So that'll back him up.
Holding, 89 on the offense, 10-yard penalty from the line of scrimmage. Repeat the down.
Thompson gets in from time to time, bottom of your screen, just locks up Will Davis, hooks him. Officials on top of it. The crew from the Big East had a very consistent game tonight.
1st down and 20 as a result of the penalty. The Illini have not been penalized. One of the few bright spots for them so far. Until the Shard Mendenhall took over with 2 great runs. Is that a lateral? McKnight's got it on the hop. Breaking into daylight, he can make the most of it. You won't catch him if he has it from behind. Vontae Davis pulls him down at the 11-yard line. The sophomore from Dunbar High School in Washington with an electrifying burst of speed. 64-yard run in what could have been a disaster.
The worst thing that happened for Illinois is that this isn't lateral, because it means it's a free ball. Definitely a lateral, free ball, and look at the bounce that Joe McKnight gets. It's Steve Sarkisian ought to put this one in the playbook. Bounces a couple times and up, and that's the last guy in the world Illinois wants to see with a football with room to run.
65 yards.
That changes the entire complexion of the football game with 2 bounces of the football. Great effort, as you said, Brent. By Davis to bring him down.
I didn't think anybody in the field could catch McKnight, but Vontae Davis, that was major league closing speed. And I've been told that certainly he'll go on someday and play Sunday football, and they're looking for corners who can move like that, man.
Yeah, I think they're going to review this, but based on seeing it live and then seeing that first angle, it definitely looked like it was a lateral. Throws it right about at the 20-yard line.
There's no question.
Ball's back to the 18.
He touched it on the 18.
Yeah, and a couple bounces.
There's no question that's a lateral.
If that ball takes a different hop, maybe it's a different story, but the ball bounced. McKnight, second time we've seen him instinctively chase the ball down and have a chance to make a play. This time, a huge play for USC. I almost sense Illinois' defense getting more and more confident as this game went on.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. The pass was backwards. Illinois will be charged their first team timeout.
Is the right call and a quick call from upstairs in the replay booth.
And there's the young man who saved the touchdown. Joe McKnight said there weren't too many fellas down at Louisiana High School from behind like that. Oh man, he's got to be winded with that. That was a sprinter's burst.
Sure was.
So just when it looks like things are going to go completely Illinois' way, they fumble going down the other side, and now McKnight, and give him credit for being a freshman, Kirk. He knew that was a lateral. Pick it up and keep going.
Instinctively just chased the ball down, made the play, and then once he secured the football, you just knew, looking from up here, look at all that grass in front of him. He made a move on a guy, and Illinois, it's amazing how quickly this game, if Illinois gets a field goal, if they get a touchdown, looking at a one-possession game. And now, on the verge of it being possibly 28-10.
Chauncey Washington, the tailback. Really the fullback. John David Booty going to throw in incomplete. And it makes it 2nd down and 10. And John David is 17 of 27 for 158 yards. He has a touchdown and an interception.
Time Steele staying with Havili. Continue to talk about how SC wants to attack Steele and Lehman and Miller. Not so much against the run, but trying to make them defend the pass. That time Steele step for step.
Here's Walker. Washington.
Remember back in August when people talked about USC has 10 tailbacks. How are they going to get all these guys enough playing time? It's kind of worked itself out this year with Washington being the veteran, and C.J. Gable ended up having an injury, and Stephon Johnson was out there. And Joe McKnight, the young freshman, got his chance.
3rd and 6. John David slant, interference, automatic first down.
It's a good call. Thomas got there just a split second before the football. Definitely interfered with Hazelton.
There's the freshman. He was beaten a little bit on the inside and got real aggressive as they ran that quick slant.
Pass interference, number 14 on the defense. The penalty occurred in the end zone. By rule, the ball will be placed at the 2-yard line. First down.
And he has inside leverage. He gets a little bit baited on a double move by Hazelton. Gave him enough room to the inside. Thomas is frustrated. The Illinois fans are frustrated, but he definitely makes contact.
Yeah, he bumped it.
Yep.
And that is the first penalty of this game against Illinois. Yeah, it's a big one. First down and goal now for the Trojans from the 2. Washington behind Havili. Play fake. Booty's going to bootleg it and throw. High caught. Touchdown Davis. Fred Davis. The John Mackey Award winner as the best tight end in college football. Showed you why as he worked the back of the end zone.
What a turn of events right here. Watch Davis. This is why I love USC's offense. 1st and 10. Let's good time for a little play action. Booty always knows he can find Mr. Reliable Fred Davis. Big touchdown and a huge turn of events in his football game.
The linebackers released it, which is very unusual.
It's over. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Taunting. Number 83 on USC. 15-yard penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
But the touchdown counts. It's its 8th of the season. But again, this could give Illinois outstanding field position. Well, the big plays 15 yards earlier to Ronald Johnson, but the 65-yard run by McKnight, that was the one that set this up, and David Beeler adds the extra point. And here is how Davis picked up. There he is. There's the penalty right there. 28-10. SC leads it.
Okay, people, time to rock and roll. Your stocks are up, your stocks are down.
We have 5 emails. The first one is from Alexandra.
Rise and shine, short one. Kung Fu today.
Thanks, Sven.
Okay, just to recap our schedules. List called.
Thanks, Sven.
Forecast is cold today, so bundle up. Let's move it along. Let's rock and roll.
If you can't get a Sven in 2008, get one of these exclusive AT&T smartphones. It'll keep you and your family organized. Just $99.99, only from AT&T.
Oh, this bad boy is sick. You like this, right? This is bigger than my apartment. So what about insurance, man? I'm with... Oh! What are you, 19? Man, get some grown man insurance.
It's time to step up. Your Choice Auto Insurance, only from Allstate. More protection, more rewards, starting day one. Whether you have an accident or not.
Stop! Yo! See, that could raise your rates with...
You deserve more from your insurance. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
Monday. What happens on the field is no match for the war these two will wage on the dance floor. Whose side are you on? Dance War, Bruno versus Carrie Ann, premieres Monday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Welcome back. Coming up on the Built for Tough post-game report, we will have the trophy presentation still up for grabs.
Hey, you know what? At least the Illini have come out playing hard. They were competitive. In the first half, I didn't think the offense was there.
Came out, matched the intensity, a couple of bad breaks. All right, that's all coming up on the Built for Tough post-game report. Brent, back to you.
All right, John, thank you very much. And, of course, the toughest break was Illinois' fumble at the goal line, and USC marches down and scores a touchdown. Ball is on the tee at the 15-yard line. Jacob Willis and Aurelius Ben back deep for the Illini. They could wind up with excellent field position here to start. Ben, great kickoff by Beeler. Drove him inside the 5-yard line, and here comes the freshman. And they light him up. That special team, they get a lot of their great athletes coming downfield, and this spring returned to Augusta for the majesty and the splendor and the tradition of one of the world's great events. First and second round coverage of the Masters on ESPN coming in April. I must tell you that down on the field here, Kirk, before the game, the Rose Bowl is beautiful. Plainsboro said, you know, the last time I saw anything in this good a shape when it comes to grass was down at Augusta. This is unbelievable.
This is the most beautiful field every single year. I think these players must feel a little guilty playing on it. I mean, it's a fairway. Fast track.
First down and 10. The juice goes up on top, and it is intercepted by Harris. Kerry Harris, the junior.
And that's the downside of getting down with a zone read offense, 28-10. First two drives were magical for Ron Zook to get back into this game and have a chance to get back in. SC, as always, brings the pressure, and it's just miscommunication. Juice Williams is throwing the ball to the outside, but because Harris forces Cumberland back to the inside, I think it disrupts the timing and the rhythm between Juice Williams and Jeff Cumberland, who, remember, has played tight end most of the year until he moved back to wide receiver, and that time maybe not the sharpest, most crisp route that time, and the interception, big play by Kerry Harris.
His first interception of the season. 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Booty incomplete. Second down and 10, and Osbury the target.
You've touched on this a lot tonight. In the past, this is where USC up 28-10 would go for the jugular. A big play downfield on the perimeter with their big play wide receivers, a Steve Smith, a Dwayne Jarrett. They don't have that in the arsenal this year, so it's been a different way of attacking for USC. And I think that's taken some time to develop, and that's why they were so slow throughout this year. Without that big playability, they've had to rely more on the running backs and tight end.
We caught a glimpse of Eddie McGee starting to loosen up on the Illini sideline. Here's McKnight, far side. Crosses midfield. Vontae Davis, there is number 10, the backup quarterback, 6'4", 200 pounds out of Washington. And they may elect just to give him a series and see what he can do with the passing game, trailing 28-10. We'll see what the coaches think.
He's very experienced this year. A lot of reps. Juice Williams took control of this team late in the year, and McGee's reps have dwindled, but he's still very capable of throwing the football.
Now it is up to the Illini defense. Play action. Wide open. Havili, the fullback. And he crosses to the 13-yard line. Havili and Davis, they are the heart of this passing attack. 36 more yards.
Play action, freezes the linebackers, freezes the safety that time, Mitchell, and gives the quarterback, Booty, a beautiful avenue to throw the football right behind the safety, Mitchell, who is out of position, having to respect the play action that time to Joe McKnight.
1st and 10 for Booty and the Trojans. Straight back to the 6-yard line. Relying on their strength right now, Havili and Davis.
Just continue to work. You're just going to work over these linebackers. How many times have we said Davis, Havili, McKnight catching the football? A lot.
Davis has a half dozen. Havili has 4. Davis also has a touchdown, and McKnight out of the backfield has 5. Only one wideout has as many as 2 in this game for the Trojans. Here's McKnight, touchdown, easy walk-in. What a career at tailback U that young man, Joe McKnight from River Ridge, Louisiana, is going to have.
Steve Sarkisian saying yesterday that this was going to be a night for USC fans to get a glimpse, and really all of the nation to get a glimpse of what will be coming in 2008. They've had over 4 or 5 weeks to get Joe McKnight ready as a true freshman. And with that time, it allowed them to prepare him and put him in a position to catch the ball and have obviously run the football. It's a pretty good hole, Brent. I'm going to put you down there for this one, baby.
Yeah,
that's
baby.
A touchdown.
Even a slow old man like me.
Got the Jets there.
Left side. Look at him. I mean, he didn't have to accelerate to get in. So it is the program continuing here at USC. And when the season ended, you know, we were down at Dennis Erickson and talking to him. He said on that Thursday night, I think it was Thanksgiving week, you fellows probably watched along with us, that he said they're as good as anybody right now. So once they get that offensive line healthy, and he said John David Booty was throwing the ball well. He said started kind of slowly against us, Arizona State, and then when they came on, he said we couldn't handle it.
You know, Pete Carroll isn't one to make excuses, but the reality is they've sustained a number of injuries. It's caught up to them. They lost a great wide receiver play, so they didn't have that coming back to this year. But when John David Booty went down with the injury, Mark Sanchez forced into play, you lost your leader. And on defense, they battled through a number of injuries. The offensive line, it's the reality. It's part of college football, 85 scholarships. Everybody has to deal with that. But at the end of the day, when this team is healthy, you could put them on the field with anybody, and they would not be in awe or be intimidated. They could compete with any team in the country and have a great chance of winning against any team in the country.
3 Illinois turnovers have resulted in 3 USC touchdowns. So the turnovers have been so critical, especially here in the second half. After the Illini had scored their only touchdown, they were driving again. Had a completion inside the 5-yard line. The ball was jarred loose, and now they'll be coming out on the 20-yard line. Wheeler with a strong leg. Well, the season premiere that a whole lot of folks have been waiting for on Thursday, January 31st, a 2-hour premiere event starring the season. Some will leave the island, but some will not. Time to find yourself lost. So Thursday, January 31st, Juice stays on the field. Brings Mendenhall out. 35-10. Down by 25. 3:42 remaining in the third quarter here in the Rose Bowl. Sets the screen with Mendenhall, and Cushing blew that play up. Jackson cleans up on it, but it was Cushing who read the screen and blew it up.
We were just talking about the injuries that this team sustained. Brian Cushing's had to deal with a left ankle that has slowed him most of this year. He's the best football player on this defense when you talk to the coaches and you really find out everything that he does, not just athletic ability, but understanding of the defense, the experience, just a football player. That's Brian Cushing. And then seeing him tonight healthy, you understand why the coaches feel that way.
I'll get another nominee for that here in a moment. Juice strike to Ben, the freshman. Picks up a first down. I will tell you that the unsung hero, even though he was honored as the defensive player of the year, is Cedric Ellis, the nose man. Frequently double teamed, occupies two people, leaves lanes for blitzers. What did he tell us? He said, I'm battling two guys down there, beating on me to battle. All of a sudden, phew, 58 goes right by me.
And then I'm going to counter with Ray Malaluga. I mean, it just keeps going on and on with this defense.
Here's Rashard Mendenhall looking for daylight. It had been whistled down. I heard the whistle, so Mendenhall is down on the play. Thomas Williams is there again.
It's a nice read here by Juice Williams. Illini not going away, continuing to fight. The big difference we've seen here when they've been able to break some runs is the perimeter blocking. Ron Zook, walking off at halftime, told Lisa Salters, we've got to do a better job of blocking on the edge with our wide receivers against their secondary. They're doing that in the second half.
Complete. And out of bounds with Brian Campbell, one of the freshmen. When you look at Mendenhall's numbers now, 15 for 135 yards and the one big touchdown burst. So he has stepped it up here in the second half.
Also breaking the school season all-purpose yards record. This guy has done it all this year for this football team.
Far side incomplete. Overthrew Campbell. Let's check in with Lisa.
Well, Brent, one of Rashard Mendenhall's biggest cheerleaders is, of course, number 34 for the Fighting Illini, Walter Mendenhall. Both are running backs, and they are roommates up in Champaign. If you would consider there might be some jealousy between the two, don't even think about it. They are really close, good friends. In fact, Rashard said, you know what? If I couldn't have gone through this season in camp and all the ups and downs without my big brother, when he shines, I shine. When I shine, he shines. Walter said, the only thing I don't like about it is he's messy. He doesn't clean up his room.
Third down and 4. First down. That's Cumberland. Fumble as he was battling. The Trojans have got it. And a penalty afterwards.
Terrell Thomas just rips the ball out of the hands of Cumberland as he's trying to fight for extra yardage.
The ball was recovered by USC. After the play was over, personal foul, number 22 on Illinois. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the recovery. First down.
Daniel Dufresne, the backup tailback.
The last two times Illinois has the football, not only have they fumbled, it's the way they have. A strip from behind. Now look at this. Look how these guys tackle. Not only trying to bring them down, trying to rip the football out, attacking the football, trying to get it onto the ground. That time it's Terrell Thomas.
And it was recovered by Kerry Harris. He has an interception and a fumble recovery. And so Illinois, their last 3 possessions, 3 turnovers, and on top of it after the third one, a personal foul, and 2 of those turnovers inside the red zone as they start to self-destruct here. Toss play. Here's the freshman far side. McKnight for 9.
It's not as if USC is going to let off the accelerator here.
Here's one for you, Kirk. I know how you like the dancing showdowns last. ABC Monday. Head-to-head war on a dance floor. Time to take sides, America. Dance war. Bruno versus Carrie Ann premieres Monday at 8, 7 Central on ABC.
Is Carrie Ann the one that was the partner with the winner the last few times?
You tell me.
I don't.
Isn't she one of the judges?
Oh, she's the judge.
Huh?
Okay. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I
about
thought
that
you were.
one. I don't know, buddy. I can't help you with that.
You're going to have to ask your wife. Your lovely wife was here with 3 of your children. Those boys kept you active, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. How about the cameras, the shots, the entire game? I don't know if I've ever seen anything outside of the Super Bowl where you have the bulb just flashing the entire football game.
We've got a crowd of 93,923 on hand. 35-10, USC co-champion in the Pac-10, leading Illinois. Picking up the first. So this would be back-to-back Rose Bowl titles, and there are the Mendenhall brothers over there. Richard's brother was recruited first. He came down, and then Richard followed him, and there's a very proud mama. Skokie, Illinois. First and 10 with a slot to the right now. And a whistle. Time was running down on John David Booty. And a false start.
Prior to the snap, false start, 79 on the offense, 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
Part of why we enjoy the Rose Bowl every year is taking a glimpse at the sun setting over there in the vicinity of Hawaii. Am I right now? Those fans so very excited about their Warriors. And here USC in the Rose Bowl leading Illinois 35-10. Here comes Chauncey to the Illini 40-yard line. Could be a tired defense out there right now. Harrison makes a stop.
When you go through a few series the way Illinois has on offense and you get down by 25 points, where it's going to show up first is the tackling of your defense. And not only are they worn out physically, this is when you start to get worn out emotionally. And you just wonder how many big plays this USC offense may have in them in the fourth quarter.
Havili, the lead fullback, slipping out again, but this is Davis, the tight end, and Wilson brings him down on the 20-yard line. So the final seconds of the third quarter. Time stopped, result of a first down. And already they're signaling the fourth quarter belongs to us. They'll let them just tick away. And they will start the fourth quarter here at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena with a 25-point lead. And the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi returns after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Any luck?
Some.
It'll be prettier, bigger. Want to see?
Sure.
The mirrors make bigger, better.
Dude, it's amazing.
It's the mirrors.
DLP HD TV. Millions of tiny mirrors make the biggest pictures better.
Visit Circuit City and CircuitCity.com for amazing deals on select DLP HD TVs.
Play artist Smashing Pumpkins. That's a sync system. Voice activates MP3s, cell phones.
Do that again. Play artist Tiffany. Play artist Michael Bolton.
Play artist Korn.
MPGs meet MP3s. The new 35 miles per gallon 2008 Ford Focus.
Every person on this island will be killed.
Whatever they came for, it isn't us.
Lost 2-hour premiere event Thursday, January 31st on ABC. And Lost Missing Pieces right now on ABC.com.
The New Hampshire primary debate Saturday at 7 on News 10.
Your king needs you.
My will, the king's arm is expected to protect the kingdom, not just the castle.
On January 11th, he will fight for vengeance.
King called upon you to face death.
He will fight for love.
Tonight we dress our wounds.
He will fight.
Bury our dead.
To save all he knows.
Tomorrow we gouge evil from its shell.
In the name of the king. Rated PG-13. In theaters Friday, January 11th.
Hi, I'm News 10's Christina Mendonça.
And I'm Dale Shornack. You know, one of the great things about living in California is being close to some of the most amazing places and things that you'll ever get to visit.
And seeing them in high definition with News 10's Jonathan Mumm and California Coast Guard makes the experience even greater.
I'll take you hot air ballooning. We'll see where the monarch butterflies stay for the winter and go on a sleigh ride. And all that in HD with the best of News 10's California Coast Guard. Tonight at 5:30 on News 10.
Welcome back to the Rose Bowl game, presented by Citi. Look down on this scene. Illinois with 1 quarter left, trailing it by 25 points. They just introduced a Hall of Fame inductee, Pete Johnson, to the crowd, former great Ohio State fullback. He didn't wave to the crowd. He turned around and said to the Illini, "You guys have still got 1 quarter. Hang in there. You got 1 quarter." Buckeye, Big Ten guy through and through now.
That's right.
So here comes John David Booty driving the Trojans open. The 4th quarter incomplete. And our Citi game summary looks like this. As you can expect, the numbers really tilted. So we're the left coast in this game, and takeaways. Look at that, 4 takeaways resulting in 21 points.
Well, the 4 takeaways, huge for USC, and also when Illinois looked like they might try to get back in and have a chance to cut within maybe making it a 1-possession game, the fumble by Willis just took all the momentum away, and a big play by McKnight gave him the lead.
Very patient run by Chauncey Washington that time. Waited for the hole to open over on the left side. Lehman finally bringing him down.
John David Booty having a great night today. Set a Rose Bowl record for career touchdown passes. That touchdown pass to Fred Davis. 6 touchdown passes now in 2 Rose Bowl games, and still a 4th quarter to play here for the senior.
Justin Sanders checks in for the Illini. Back into that secondary. Number 25. McKnight in as a wide receiver. Trojans spread the field. John David goes in zone grab. Touchdown, and a beauty that time by David Osbury. There's the man.
Your guy. There's number 7. Continue to add to the record for John David Booty. The timing here is amazing. The ball is out of the hand by John David Booty well before Osbury made the cut, and that's what was really missing in this USC offense early. With the loss of Jarrett and Smith, they didn't have that kind of timing until late in the year, and that's a great example of the difference in this offense now from where they were early in this season.
Turnovers are the story of this game. 4 times the Illini have turned it over. 4 times the Trojans have struck. You're watching ESPN on ABC.
It's the kind of place you need to know someone to get in. But we finally got reservations. The service was fantastic. The wine list was phenomenal. Thanks. And the food was tiny.
It's like elf food.
Oh gosh, I'm so hungry. So we got some more. A lot more.
Whatever your story is, your Citi card can help you write it. Citi, let's get it done.
Chevy Malibu, the car you can't ignore.
Hey, I thought I heard somebody say this dog ain't going home until he gets his bone. Hey,
new Dell XPS M1330, designed for performance. Powered by Intel Centrino Duo. Dell, yours is here.
The all-new Chevy Malibu, the car you can't ignore.
You hear the music?
Yes, I hear the music.
Thursday, January 31st. You will believe. Eli Stone, series premiere January 31st after the season premiere of Lost on ABC.
This is what we play for every year. The electricity that rushes that stadium is something that we've been through before. And by home field advantage just gives us a great opportunity of fulfilling our dreams.
It all feels like home.
We own the Rose Bowl.
And they own it again here today, leading by 32, 42-10. And John David Booty closing out his career. It'll be interesting to see who wins the quarterback duel next year. Mitch Mustaine transferring from Arkansas. Mark Sanchez will replace Booty midway through the season. That'll be some duel here come training camp next year between those two. And let's check in with Lisa.
Well, Brent, I want to tell you about a guy who doesn't wear a number, but Pete Carroll calls him the heart and soul of the USC Trojans. His name is Ricky Rosas. He's 4'8", 18 years old. He had bone cancer when he was a kid, and that stunted his growth. And he also has some learning disabilities, but that has not stopped him from doing his thing with USC. You know that Pete Carroll's practices are open, and he was going to practice for a while, and Pete Carroll finally said, you know what, we're going to put you to work. Made him the volunteer water boy, and then after a couple of months of that, Pete Carroll decided to make him the special assistant to the head coach. And you know, when you meet this kid, you know, I met him a couple of minutes ago, and he just lights you up. And he's now a rock star because Game Day did a feature on him. And when he got off the team bus today, I tell you, it was like one of the stars of the team. You should have heard the folks cheering for the kid. So just a great story. And Pete Carroll really says that, you know, no matter what, that this kid is the soul of the team. And I was asking him, you know, what does your job mean to you? And he said, absolutely everything. They say that I make their day, they make my day. Look at that, Brent.
That's cool.
He doesn't play. He's a rock star nonetheless.
That's awesome.
That's a wonderful story, Lisa.
Very good. Very nice.
That's
Pete Carroll reaching out like that.
Unbelievable guy reaching out to people. He's just got it all going. Juice fires, and that one was almost picked off. Cushing had a hand in the middle of things, and now he's getting a text message, and they just talked about you on TV. Let's see what I got here. Pretty soon he'll be using that to dial up recruits.
Yeah.
Oh, but it'll be interesting to watch what Neuheisel does against Carroll. Rick is he's an aggressive recruiter, as we all know, and that's what they're going to have to do here in Southern California to try and stay up with this Trojan dynasty. And Juice Williams has certainly struggled in the teeth of this fabulous FC defense. You can see Cedric Ellis there giving him a lift on the sideline, 13-41. I haven't seen, there have been no ugly moments between these two teams any place, have there?
No.
I know that
Pete
and Zook are very good friends.
Yeah.
They like each other.
Yes, sir. Like to compete.
Sure.
It's like SC might dominate this game, and Illinois showed a lot of grit and a lot of character fighting back, but SC is just too good at the end of the day.
That one fumble in the red zone when they were going in again after Mendenhall's touchdown. That was a turning point in this game.
Yep. And then the fumble that McKnight picked up and
that
ran
lateral.
about, that lateral. That was right after that fumble.
Yep. And the game hasn't been the same. Booty 23 of 35 today for 258. But Ron Zook and the Illini staff deserve an awful lot of credit for turning things around in Champaign.
So he's talking to a true freshman right there, Marcus Thomas, who probably came up with a penalty. He did something to get Ron Zook upset.
After the play was over, personal foul, number 14 on Illinois, personal foul, number 2 on USC, The penalty's offset. It will be first down.
Ron Zook, at this point, it's obviously USC is going to win this game, but he's still just in his third year. He's trying to build this program. He's going to use all 60 minutes to try to teach this team about what it takes to get to the top.
And we got a timeout.
Anybody found it?
No. No. I got it.
We could move Get Organized up to number 1.
Right now at the Home Depot's Ultimate Storage event, save instantly by taking up to 20% off your entire storage purchase. Hurry in. The more you buy, the more you save. The Home Depot.
You can do it. We can help.
The all-new Chevy Malibu, the car you can't ignore.
Okay, what's a 3-letter word for...
Honey, would you run out and get me something crunchy?
Crunchy?
And chewy?
Crunchy and chewy?
And cheesy?
Crunchy, chewy, cheesy. Crunchy, chewy.
And melty?
Give in to your cravings. It's Taco Bell's Cheesy Gordita Crunch, and it's only around for a limited time. Get yours before they're gone.
The all-new Chevy Malibu, the car you can't ignore.
Exclusive coverage of the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi on ABC. Brought to you by Citibank. Whatever your story is, your Citi card can help you write it. Citi, let's get it done. The all-new Cadillac CTS, the 2008 Motor Trend Car of the Year. DLP HD TV. DLP is the official ESPN on ABC HD telecast sponsor of college football. And Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Well, there's Matt Leinart, former championship quarterback here under Pete Carroll, Heisman Trophy winner. Now with the Arizona Cardinals, of course, their season's over. He's here on the sideline enjoying his one-time head coach. Amazing, isn't it?
That's vintage Pete Carroll talking to one of his former greats during a TV timeout. Gonna get these headsets on, finish this ball game out.
But Chancey on that sideline, Chancey, watching when you think about Pete Carroll and his BCS Bowl success, 6 consecutive, and remember, it might have been 3 straight championships if they had been able to win that great game against Texas back in 2004.
Yeah,
they won the AP.
Yep.
LSU actually won the BCS when they beat Oklahoma down in New Orleans.
Well, he's set the benchmark right now as far as college coaches, and he's not going to go anywhere. People want him to chase him off to the NFL. He's enjoying himself too much at USC and embraced the past and built for the future. He's doing a great job every year.
McKnight is blown up. So Lehman comes in on him, and you know, when you think about the NFL and Pete Carroll, think about this, folks. One of the great cities in the United States, Los Angeles, for whatever reason, the NFL has not come back in here, and this is the dominant football program. I mean, USC might as well be an NFL franchise when you talk to people and all the fans and all the T-shirts and all the caps you see around Los Angeles. That's what Rick Neuheisel must work against to reestablish UCLA's winning tradition, as John David Booty brings them up. Johnson and Pete Carroll is not afraid to go anywhere in the country and recruit. McKnight, he's got fellas from Michigan. He'll go back to New Jersey. Dwayne Jarrett from there. He's got a national recruiting operation centered in one of the great cities in the world. Why leave? You'd be crazy to leave this right now.
That's why he won't. He'll be at USC as long as he continues to have fun. I've never seen a guy enjoy himself any more than Pete Carroll, and it affects his team and how they prepare.
Did it touch him? I don't think so. I think he ran away from it in time. They'll take the punt right there. So Pete Carroll and the Trojans are closing in on another Rose Bowl championship. 42-10, 11.5 to go.
Once there was this fly looking for a place to land. He sees a bunch of other flies below, so he lands and finds himself stuck on flypaper. Think about this when considering a luxury sedan. Are you making the smart choice, or are you really landing into a trap of conformity only to meet a slow, boring demise? Just ask.
So we are back at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. BCS champions through the years. Note that no one has ever won twice. That will end next Monday night down in New Orleans. ESPN Radio will take to the air. And Kirk, you and I are going to enjoy broadcasting that game down there, because will it be the Buckeyes or will it be LSU who will claim their second BCS championship since it was instigated? And there we can see the defensive lineman jumping across, anxious to get in there. And what do you make of LSU and Ohio State?
Well, first, the 9 champions that you just showed. One of the things I find interesting is 7 of those 9 games, the underdog has won the game outright, which means they get tired of hearing about how they don't have a chance, and then they show up very determined. We saw that last year from Florida. We've seen it in the past from other teams. So Ohio State seems to be that team this year. Will that offset the speed advantage that LSU has? We've been hearing so much about that. I really think it comes down just to execution. And I think both these teams, the style of play that they have, it sets up for a very, very competitive, interesting game next Monday.
Here's first down and 5 after the penalty, and another whistle here. 11.5 minutes.
False start, number 68 on the offense. 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
Gave it back. Well, you take a look now at some of the bullet points here. Only 2 lost team ever in a national title game. Some folks thought it should be USC. Others thought it should be Oklahoma. Who knows? And the second straight appearances, as you mentioned.
With USC playing the way they have tonight, you imagine if somehow Ohio State is able to compete and win that game against LSU next September. Ohio State travels out west to take on USC. And home and home starting next year between the Buckeyes and the Trojans.
Juice in the pocket. Avoids the heat, but he's going to be out of bounds.
No, LSU is anxious to show America in that game that they are the best team in the country. After the controversy at the end of the year with so many teams losing, they had the 2 losses. I think they want to flex their muscles to show that they not only belong there, they are the best team. And I think Ohio State's motivation is the Florida game from last year, and all the talk about a lack of speed and the 0-8 record against the SEC in bowl games. Something will have to give in this game.
Bunch the 3 wideouts for Illinois on the right. Pocket collapsing again. Drops it in for a 1st and 10, and that was DeJuan Warren, the junior from Southfield, Michigan. Well, you talked about that SC schedule, and I'm sure that on Saturday Night Football on ABC, we will be headed in for the Ohio State USC game in September. But remember the Pac-10, they play a round robin. Nothing easy about getting through the Pac-10. You got to play all those fellas. And Warren again. Here is the Trojan schedule, and in the Coliseum you can see the Bucks. Now Virginia's on the road. That's their opener.
They open up on the road against Virginia and Al Grown. Then they come back home to play Ohio State before they get ready to go in conference play. Pete Carroll played one of these guys. He'll play anybody, anywhere, anytime.
2nd down and 3. Incomplete, and it'll be 3rd down. Let me ask you, there's a penalty flag. Looks like that could be a personal foul. Taylor Mays back there.
Little shove there by Mays late. Cost him 15. Unless they pick up the flag.
Taylor Mays will be back with the Trojans next year. He's only a sophomore. He'll be the ringleader of that secondary. Terrell Thomas, of course, a senior, will be moving on. Kevin Ellison might be also back. And Kerry Harris. So 3/4 of that secondary back. The linebackers, Keith Rivers is a senior. Mamaluga will probably opt out.
After the play was over, personal foul, late hit number 2 on USC. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Illinois, 15-yard penalty.
So let's take a look at how this unfolded.
Well, I think you're going to see after Warren tries to make the catch, Mays comes through, but then on the sideline, something must have happened there on the Illinois bench. They pulled away one of their players who wasn't actually on the field. It definitely got pulled away by the staff. That would have been Darius Purcell.
I think when they just put his hand on his back, but there was another player, John.
Probably a few things being said there, I would guess. And it cost him the flag.
It was certainly not a blatant foul by Mays, was it? I think he thought the young man was going to catch the ball, but it occurred over there. They threw the flag. Incomplete. That's the freshman Ben. Had a shot at grabbing one. So it'll be 2nd down and 10. You know, seeing Notre Dame on the USC schedule, how much will the Irish be improved next year?
I think if you look at their schedule and compared to who they had to play this year, compared to who they open up with their first 5 or 6 or 7 games, I think six wins maybe, possible.
You saw Mark Sanchez warming up on the far side, and you saw John David Booty congratulating his offensive line. So Pete Carroll's going to bring in the 2nd team. It seems obvious, and there is Warren short of the 1st down. There is Mark Sanchez. 3 games he was the quarterback after Booty broke his finger in the Stanford loss. Won the first 2, Notre Dame among them. But then up at Oregon, he threw a couple of costly picks, and that was the 2nd loss for the Trojans. And he will be battling to replace John David Booty next season. There he is, 7 touchdown passes in the last 2 Rose Bowls against Michigan and Illinois. Mitch Mustaine, the coaches give
I'll bet you a sandwich next time we call a USC game. Mark Sanchez is not only the quarterback, but he's an all-conference quarterback for USC. I don't think there. Mitch Mustaine had a lot of respect for what he tried to do as a true freshman in the SEC for Arkansas. I just think the experience that Mark Sanchez gained this year, the knowledge of this offense, I don't think there's any doubt 6 will be the starting quarterback.
I'll give you my answer off the air.
Okay. I'll give you mine off the air.
Rick Neuheisel warned me about you.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you.
Juice going deep. Willis makes the catch inside the 20-yard line.
Still throwing, still trying to make plays. Willis, who had the costly fumble earlier, comes up with a 35-yard gain this time for Illinois. Nice ball by Juice Williams. And Jacob Willis, he's a senior. Some big catches down the stretch against Minnesota, Michigan, and Ohio State.
About 10 minutes left in this game. Juice going down again. Had 5 sacks. The Trojans. You know, what do you think about Cushing? Junior, you think he'll come back for senior season? You think he'll go? I mean, you've got high praise for him. You got scouts running out here to check him now.
Yeah, he's a guy that if he does decide, even though he missed so much playing time, he will test so high that he'll be a high pick, first-round pick for this
Here goes
USC.
Mendenhall to the 6-yard line.
Never say die.
Mendenhall's been their MVP.
Yeah, but I think that was without a doubt. But I think Cushing will be in a position where, like a lot of these USC defenders, I mean, when you start to add up how many guys from this USC defense will eventually get their opportunity at the next level, it's almost like who won't be starting in the NFL in the next few years.
Second down, and so if we take a look at potential first-round draft picks, there are the 4 seniors that Todd McShay ranks, underclassmen, and Mays down the road. He cannot go out. He's a true sophomore. So the other 3 fellas can all go out. I'm a little bit surprised that Ellison is ranked up that high, but Todd knows more about the pro prospects of these players than I do. And option look for the Juice. He was banged up pretty good. Williams cleaning him, picks him back up the ground. Everson Griffin, folks, number 93, who's down there.
He'll be on that list.
One of the most highly recruited.
Add him to the list.
You're going to put Mays up there. This is a fellow right here, 93. You remember this big rascal now.
Anytime Pete Carroll says he has a chance to be one of the best, the best one we've ever had, sign me up.
Yeah,
sign me up for Griffin. Good, thanks for the tip. We like 93.
So here's 3rd and goal now for the Illini, and Juice under center. Option look, Mendenhall's way outside. They eat it up. That's a loose ball, and Illinois recovers it. Rakeem Smith pounces on the loose ball, sophomore fullback. That was an ugly looking play.
It was. He got caught. He waited a little bit too late, and Clay Matthews got right into his grill, came off of a block, and he came off of that block so quickly from Smith, the fullback, that it surprised Juice Williams.
Mamaluga was looking for 6. He was trying to pick that loose ball.
Oh, he's close.
He's close.
Caught it in midair and was 90 yards later. He would have really shown his speed right here in front of everybody. Good play that time by Clay Matthews.
Here's 4th down. Ben number 9 is off to the right. He's the middle of the 3 receivers checking over. Here they come. Goes over to the Trojans. Everson Griffin. We told you to keep an eye on 93. Timeout.
Oh my goodness.
It's the kind of place you need to know someone to get in. But we finally got reservations. The service was fantastic. The wine list was phenomenal. And the food was tiny.
It's like elf food.
Oh gosh, I'm so hungry. So we got some more. A lot more.
Whatever your story is, your City card can help you write it. City, let's get it done.
In today's luxury game, the question isn't whether or not your car has available features like a 40-gig hard drive that isn't about sunroofs or Sapelli wood accents, pop-up nav screens, or any of that. No, the real question is, when you turn your car on, does it return the favor?
Here, Daddy.
Sweet pea, apple of my eye. Don't know where
Look, Daddy sent us a picture.
More bars in more places. That's what you can expect from the largest digital voice and data network in America.
You're the only reason I keep on coming home.
Switch to the network you can trust, AT&T. Now get 50% off all Samsung phones like the new Slider.
Are we really going home?
Yeah, we're really going home. Every person on this island will be killed.
Whatever they came for, it isn't us.
Lost, The Return. Thursday, January 31st on ABC.
There is David Baker. He is Sam Baker's father, the outstanding left tackle. But David is the commissioner of the Arena Football League. And we've had the pleasure of doing some of those games through the years. And he's just a nice fellow. And a big wrestler.
Oh,
I'll tell you. We see
got the vice.
Society. Yeah.
Lock in for the handshake, you lose it.
Well, here we go now. Mark Sanchez has checked in, and he'll hand it off. Johnson checks in. Will help decide the Pontiac game-changing performance of the year. Voted ESPN.com. Search Pontiac to determine which school will win the $100,000 General Scholarship Fund contribution, courtesy of Pontiac. There are your choices, ladies and gentlemen. Which one do you like at home? Kirk?
It's tough to call. I know you like the Trinity play, right?
Love it. 15 laterals. Love it.
Appalachian State play kind of set the table for the 07 season. A blocked field goal late in Ann Arbor.
And you know I still shake my head at the fact that the Stanford fourth down touchdown is not on your list.
Hey,
of course you didn't.
I didn't. The fans.
Well, what's wrong with those Stanford guys? I mean, they got all those brainiacs up there. They've all got a couple of computers. How come they didn't vote for that play?
Hey, how about
that was a season-changing performance.
The LSU play, the last play against Auburn. That to me is play of the year.
So here are the turnovers, folks, and the difference in the game. Deflection. Mamaluga pounces on the interception. Now watch this. Wow, you talk about a game-changing performance. They were driving to score their second touchdown. That was a pretty easy pick by Ellison. This one gets stripped beautifully. Gary Harris yanking it away and covering the fumble. And 42-10, USC. Boy, you got a little bit of an argument now after all these games. No matter who wins next Monday night, you're going to have a little bit of debate. The Trojans look pretty good here.
They sure do. Be fun to see what Oklahoma does coming up. Still a lot of games to be played.
Johnson breaks for a first down, and he's in a foot race. 40, 30. Justin Harrison saves the touchdown for the Illini. We got a penalty flag, I believe, at about the 36.
I said it early in the third quarter after the Illinois turnovers, it cost them the game.
After the play was over, personal foul, late hit on number 76 of Illinois. Penalty will be half the distance to the goal from the end of the play. First down.
I'll get that one on Mike Ware, the defensive tackle. But I said that the first place you notice the team starts to get worn down is with their ability to tackle. And this is a great run by Johnson. But this Illinois defense right now, they're worn out emotionally, physically, mentally, and everything else you can think of. And USC, even though they have backups in, Brent, they just will continue to attack this Illinois defense.
549 yards they've racked up to 382. The sophomore Mark Sanchez from Mission Viejo, California, up underneath center. And toss play. Herschel Dennis. He's close to the goal line and out of bounds. So we've had 5 different tailbacks.
I want to mention one thing about Steve Sarkisian, who at one point this year was taking a lot of unfair criticism and people referencing Lane Kiffin going to Oakland with the Raiders and how much the fans missed Lane Kiffin. Let's not kid ourselves. What you missed was the continuity of an offense that was healthy. Steve Sarkisian, happy for him in the way this season ended with the performance down the stretch in their last 4 games, and especially tonight in the 5th one against the Illini.
Here's Dennis again. Davis forces him out of bounds. So if you want to go back and compare this season comes up very favorable to last year.
And again, we have to talk about last season, Dwayne Jarrett and Steve Smith, arguably the best combo of wide receivers at one time in school history. They've had to do it with more possession wide receivers this year, dynamic players in the backfield, an injured quarterback, injured offensive line. To have those kind of numbers, like I said, congratulations to Steve, who is facing, again, a lot of heat. It was inflicted by fans and some of the media.
Steady dive to handoff. Dennis for the end zone. Touchdown, USC. Happy for the young man, the senior from Temple City, California. Well, let me check that. I think I was looking at Desmond Reed. Let me check Dennis's bio here. He's from Long Beach, Pollock. It is his last game. Puts a touchdown on the board in the Rose Bowl. What a great moment for it.
First chance this drive to see Dennis involved, but you know, that's the 17th offensive player to get his hands on the ball tonight for USC. That's spreading the wealth. Spreading the wealth.
And they do have wealth.
USC.
The celebration well underway. They couldn't be happier for their senior. Come to practice every day, being part of the team. And he battles in for a touchdown. David Beeler adds the extra point. A great group of young men. And Pete, so happy for him. You're watching ESPN on ABC.
What if there was a way to know which one will be the sweetest? Or make the best impression? Or be the most loyal? What if you could tell at a glance which one's the real value? At Saturn, look for the red tag, and you'll know. Right now, get great deals like $2,000 total cash back on the View and $2,250 on the Aura V6. Hurry in. The Saturn year-end red tag event ends January 2nd.
What are you guys doing?
We're ideating.
ID what? Ideating. What's that? Coming up with new ideas. Why don't you just call it that?
This is different. We need to rethink the way we do things. Structure.
Process. We need to innovate.
How?
We haven't ideated that yet.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear. Get there on Triple Tread Technology. Our captain tonight, Matthew St. John, in the Spirit of America, high above the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Well, tonight on ABC, Just for Laughs, according to Jim, and Boston Legal will be shown in their entirety. And of course, that's right after our game in the East, Central, and Mountain, but out here on the Pacific, that'll be a little bit later. Now, there is a young man, Herschel Dennis. Let me follow up on that story. Prior to the Orange Bowl, after the 2004 season, he tore ligaments in his left knee in practice. He was never quite the same. He was a very highly honored running back coming out of Long Beach, California, but an injury cut short his career. But you can see how much affection there is on the part of the coaching staff and his teammates for the way he hung in there, stayed upbeat about things. And here in the Rose Bowl, he puts a touchdown on the board for the Trojans, who are marching towards still another victory. Fielded at the 14-yard line. Down to the 37. Jacob Willis. Well, here comes McGee. Now we'll get a chance here. Eddie McGee. He's a redshirt freshman from Washington. So the Juices game is finished. And I'm sure there's heavy disappointment on the part of the players and the coaching staff for Illinois. They really expected to play much better than this in this game, but they took a big step this year.
Yeah, they did. They're down 21-0, and they really fought back. I mean, without that turnover, it would have been at least interesting to see what happened in the second half and how it unfolded.
First play, and he is stopped in the backfield for a loss by Spicer, back up defensive tackle, and there's the juice would close the book on him. A couple of costly interceptions. The first one deflected by Cushing, I believe it was. Mamaluka intercepted it.
Juice had high hopes for this game. Mentioned his last 3 games. He really gained a ton of confidence, but this USC defense is very, very different from a lot of the defenses he's faced.
He scrambles, but he's still short of the first down. It'll be 3rd down coming up, and there's Derek Simmons. He's a redshirt freshman, defensive lineman over here.
And if you're Juice Williams, the leader of this team, you take this experience, frustrating as it might be, you take it back to Champaign for your off-season conditioning and spring football, and now you know what it takes to go up against a Goliath in college football in USC.
Slant, complete. Here comes Ben. Breakaway. They won't get him. Touchdown, Illinois. Aurelius Ben. 56 yards.
Eddie McGee comes in here and throws a seed to split a seam by the USC defense. And I'm sure Illinois fans are thinking, why didn't we see this a little bit earlier? Eddie McGee, strong arm.
There's a penalty flag. I think it's in the end zone, though. Yeah, it is.
After the touchdown, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 9 on Illinois. 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Constantly coaching Ron Zook for a little reminder for the true freshman. That's part of it's a little bit different on this sideline compared to that sideline. Constantly reinforcing things with a young team.
Rita.
Arm strength here by Eddie McGee. Right behind the linebacker, Maiava, and he goes off to the races into the end zone.
So let's watch what happens here at the end of the play, how he incurred the penalty. Darts into the end zone.
Flips the band and then has a few words. He's tired of hearing da 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 da.
John David Booty, our MVP. His career is over at USC, and I'm sure he wanted to win a championship like Leinart, but wasn't to be. But I still, he's just a fine, outstanding young man to come out here from Louisiana and play for Pete Carroll. And I'm going to be very interested in watching his career. I think he can play in the NFL.
Well, I think if all you have to do is watch a NFL game and realize that there's plenty of room for John David.
You're going to get a chance in that league.
There's
just hang around, man.
Oh, yeah.
Todd Collins is still playing.
He sure
you know,
is.
stepping in there. Yeah.
Doing a nice job.
That is a great
big throws
Washington Redskins.
What an amazing story. After everything that they had to deal with internally, with the loss of Sean Taylor, and just really able to circle the wagons there emotionally with that football team.
Hey, I got another series.
Steve Sarkisian's got time to pose for a photo. And I mean, these guys are rock stars.
They are.
That's unbelievable.
Used to be the Lakers.
That's right.
Now it's SC.
Showtime's SC football. Fielded on the 19, Ronald Johnson. Well, you take a look at the consecutive 11-win seasons. Here are the Trojans. They put up 6, tied with Oklahoma, Florida State, and Nebraska, and now they have set the standard.
They sure have. You know, we call it the Holiday Bowl. We were referencing that Mac Brown Texas have gotten to double-digit wins 7 years in a row, but not to 11. And there's no doubt that Pete Carroll and USC are the benchmark. I mean, everybody is trying to chase them down. The national championships, the split in 03, the championship in 04, 6 inches away from getting the three-peat with Lindale White coming up short against Texas. So they're just the great thing if you're a...
Look at Johnson break out, right?
The great thing if you're a USC fan is to see the longevity and to see that when you lose guys like Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart steps in. You lose Matt Leinart, and then John David Booty steps in, and you lose Reggie Bush and Lindale White. and the next group of back step in. And as long as Pete Carroll is here and he's going to continue to recruit, continue to surround himself with a great staff, I don't know, when is this streak ever going to end? They avoid complacency.
On the running play.
That's the biggest thing, is they avoid complacency. His energy is so contagious.
Right. And, here it is, 75-14, wins 84% of the time. Just remarkable.
Yeah. And you take away 0-1 in his first year, and you start to go from the championship years, 0-2 and beyond, and that number probably jumps up to 95%.
He's also, he's about as open as any head coach you're ever going to be around. I mean, practices were wide open. For example, that trick play they threw for a touchdown, we watched it a couple times. And anybody could have been standing over there on the sideline. He's just not old-fashioned about things. He's got time for the media. And I can make an argument right now that he might be the best all-around football coach in any league. And yes, that includes Sunday football. This is pretty remarkable what he's accomplished here.
The control that he has at USC is what makes it unique. He's a guy that definitely wants to be in total control, and he has that.
Here comes Michael McDonald. His father, Paul, longtime quarterback for John Robinson, working in the radio booth. He's the holder on the extra points. He hands off to Johnson, and it's just like Kirk said a while ago, it's the tackling that comes up short when you're beaten and tired in a game like this. And the Gatorade bath is coming, folks.
He's used to it. I mean, he's a veteran of the splash. He knows, where is it? Head on a swivel. All right, keep it on. He's telling his son, keep me honest here now. Oh, life is good for the men of Troy.
Isn't it? Oh, my.
You kidding?
49-17. Johnson. And they're just keeping the ball on the ground. Hugs all around now for the Trojans. The big fullback, Avili, will be back.
Oh! There's a little water there, but they didn't get beat yet. I'm telling you.
What they did, get the wrong guy?
Oh, they got Ken Norton. We'll see him at UCLA.
He didn't seem too happy about it. Dennis back in. Penalty flag on this play. You know, actually, the Trojans are just trying to run a clock out here. You know, I don't know if I'm tackling anybody.
How come you and I?
Holding, number 45 on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the line.
Everybody's incoming for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Except the chief, Todd McNair, running back coach. He takes a shot. Our theme, forget upsets of 07. It's you and I looking at each other. We put the 4 on.
I've said that you're the greatest fill of a blowout that I've ever been on.
We get into a lot of stuff. We talk about anything and everything.
Minute and a half. 49-17. There's the fullback. Adewale.
Somehow found that boundary. Worked hard to get to that boundary. Stop that clock.
Well, everybody getting a chance here.
Look at my man. High five. All right, good job for you. Who else?
Where's that assistant over there? Put the helmet on. Yeah, let him have a touch. Dennis. Where there are some records established by Pete Carroll's USC Trojans here today. Tied for the most points, total yards. course, the Wolverines back in the late 40s, that's the time that the Big Ten, Pac-10 signed the contract originally. Back in those days, the Big Ten dominated this series. But here recently, that certainly has not been the case. Dennis for the end zone. Stopped short of it at the 4-yard line. Vontae Davis. Now.
Tough decision for Pete Carroll at this point. 49-17. He's got a lot of guys that worked hard, not getting a ton of playing time. Chance to score a touchdown to go up 56-17. There's the call it the mercy rule here. He's going to keep competing. Knowing Pete, he's going to try to score.
And so should Illinois.
Yeah,
they should compete.
Yep.
Try to stop him. Tackle him. You know, if he gets in the end zone, he passes Michigan and breaks the all-time scoring record here. That's it. 49-17, and Pete goes to the middle of the field. Shakes hands with Coach Zook. John David Booty. And the Trojans. Let's go down to Lisa.
Thanks, Fred. Coach, it seemed like you guys had some opportunities, but just weren't able to catch them in. Why not?
Well, we really did. You know, we just, you know, once again, you felt like we were ready to play, but when we got in this atmosphere, we didn't. And we didn't play the way we're capable of playing. That's an awfully good football team. And you know, when you play a team like that, you have to play the best of your ability, and we didn't do that.
Now, you guys seem like you came out of the locker room hot in the second half. Rashard broke that big one, brought it to within a couple, and then Jacob Willis. What was going through your mind when you saw him lose the ball right there in the goal line?
We had a couple down there where we turned the ball over, and once again, then if that happens, the defense got to step up, and they didn't do that. So they had a nice plan. They did a nice job. We knew they were a very, very good football team, well coached. You know, we didn't play. Now whether it's an experience thing or not, but we're a lot better than we played tonight.
Nonetheless, it's been a great season considering where this team has come from. What will you tell your guys in the locker room?
Well, I'm going to tell them to remember this because this is something that's going to be important that we learn from it, and when we get back here, we do a lot better than we did today.
All right, thanks a lot, Coach.
All right. So USC wins another Rose Bowl, and of course, coming up, we're going to have the Built Ford Tough post game. We're going to have interviews and a trophy presentation. We'll hear from Pete Carroll, John David Booty. All of that is just a couple of minutes away as you are watching ESPN on ABC.
The Built Ford Tough post game. Brought to you by the new 2008 Focus.
What do you say? I buy the gas, you buy the food? Okay.
You know you could have been a wonder, taking your circus to the sky. You couldn't take it on the tightrope. No, you had to take it on the side. But no
Introducing the new 35 miles per gallon Ford Focus.
Next time I'm buying the gas.
Okay, what's a 3-letter word for...
Honey, would you run out and get me something crunchy?
Crunchy.
And chewy?
Crunchy and chewy?
And cheesy?
Crunchy, chewy, cheesy. Crunchy, chewy.
And melty?
Give in to your cravings. It's Taco Bell's Cheesy Gordita Crunch, and it's only around for a limited time. Get yours before they're gone.
This is Eli Stone. He thought he had it all until he heard the music. On Thursday, January 31st, ABC brings you an incredible new series
There are those who are sent to us to help us find our way. Some people call them prophets.
where seeing is believing. Eli Stone. Series premiere Thursday, January 31st at 10/9 Central on ABC.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
We welcome you back to the Built Ford Tough postgame show as you look down from high above on our winning scene, and we're going to bring the curtain down. Kirk, it has been an amazing season. Pete Carroll and the Trojans, as expected, winning another Rose Bowl game. He's down there with the family and the victorious Trojans. But beyond that, it was such a wild season overall.
It started, as we talked about, with upsets in the opening week, and we thought, this trend might get old and the cream will eventually rise. But we saw all year, kind of expect the unexpected. All I know after watching tonight is when USC is healthy, they're as good as anybody in the country. They didn't have the receivers this year, but they developed a nice core around John David Moody. Joe McKnight's going to be a superstar in the future. And again, SC, we'll see what happens between Ohio State and LSU. But SC, in my opinion, made a strong statement to the nation about how good they really are once they're healthy and ready to go.
Do you think the Associated Press voters will
take that into
them at all?
I think they should. I think they should take that into account.
Well, let's go down below for the ceremonies, and here's John Saunders. John.
Brent, thanks a lot. We should first of all say congratulations to Coach Ron Zook and the Fighting Illini of Illinois for a terrific season. I'd like to introduce the Rose Bowl sponsor, Lisa Barrett from Citibank West. And now to hand out the 2008 Rose Bowl trophy is C.L. Keedy, Tournament of Roses president.
Thank you very much. Coach Carroll, congratulations on a great game tonight. And on behalf of the Tournament of Roses, I'd like to present you with the 2008 Rose Bowl Champions Trophy.
Thank you very much, C.L. Pete, most seasons start out with USC talking about a national championship, but I know you tell your players the only thing they can control is getting to the Rose Bowl and winning it, and you've done it for the third time in 5 years.
Yeah, we're really proud to have the kind of consistency that we're showing here. This is such an extraordinary game and event to be a part of. It's just what SC has become synonymous with. We want to continue that as much as we can. To play here in Southern California in front of our fans and have them all here with us is so important for us. And we're really proud to be Rose Bowl champs. I got to promise you that.
The other thing that's interesting is your team got a little banged up in the middle of the season on the offensive line. Your quarterback, John David Booty, had an injured hand. Do you wonder if not for that, and even with that happening, your team is playing as well as any team in the country right now?
In my mind, there's no doubt. We just had some problems. We just couldn't get through it. But this is a great football team. It's a great defense with good leadership from our seniors, and we can play anybody anytime. We just don't get to. Sorry.
All right, congratulations, Pete.
Thank you. Hey, to the fans, nice going.
Offensive player of the game, ladies and gentlemen. 3 touchdown passes, 255 yards, John David Booty. Congratulations. You think of quarterbacks like Carson Palmer and Matt Leinart who came before you. Neither one of them won 2 Rose Bowls, but you've done that.
No, it's it all goes to these guys. I mean, what a great effort they put forth tonight from the get-go. We got up fast and just never let off after that.
You've also thrown more touchdown passes in the Rose Bowl than anyone as well. That's a good way to go out in your last game.
No, I mean, it's awesome. I couldn't see, SC going out any other way than winning big in the Rose Bowl, 2 in a row. So hopefully they'll keep that going.
All right, congratulations. Bring in the defensive player of the game, Ray Mawaluga. 4 tackles, 3 sacks, an interception, and a forced fumble. An unbelievable game. You walk off with the Defensive Player of the Game trophy. Congratulations.
Thank you. First of all, I want to give thanks to God because without God, this ain't possible. And, we just came out here and played Trojan football, and we executed the play and came out with the win.
It really seemed, especially early in the game, like Illinois was not used to seeing speed on defense like that.
We just got to make sure, that they wouldn't get nothing going, in the first half, and we came out, we got a fast defense, and we just came out and showed it from the beginning, and we didn't stop. We kept going, and here we are.
Congratulations to USC 2008 Rose Bowl champions. Right now, back up to Brent Musburger.
John, thank you very much. 6 consecutive 11-win seasons for the men of Troy. The honors and the awards just keep on coming. We'll be back.
The Built Ford Tough postgame. Brought to you by the new 2008 Focus.
You know, I'm gonna order 2 entire steaks.
That's all right. Yeah, no, you're not. I can't believe you. 81 Broadway in Brooklyn.
Well, I'm glad you guys are taking us along with you.
Hello?
Hey, Sarah, do you want us to get you something to go?
The panoramic Vista roof in the 24 miles per gallon 2008 Ford Edge.
You're gonna make it.
Go! Rambo, rated R, January 25th.
Stopping. It's not that hard. And only Allstate pays you an extra bonus to do it. Get one of these every 6 months you go without an accident. Can you afford not to be in good hands?
Well, welcome to the Built Ford Tough post-game report, and the team that was built tough on this one, the Trojans of USC. John David Booty, 3 touchdown passes, the MVP of the game on the offensive end. Pete Carroll wins his 3rd Rose Bowl in the last 5 years, and as he said, playing as well as anyone. John Saunders, Craig James, and Doug Flutie as we wrap up this great season. It's interesting because it's been so wacky, yet we see a performance at the end of the season that's dominant.
You know what you said, though, a while ago? You said it's a team that's built tough. A team that's built tough usually doesn't have speed. And when you look at USC's team was so fast. Defensively, they just put a lot of pressure on them. And I really feel like that USC has set themselves up for next season. You know, this was a team on my final regular season AP ballot. I had it number 3. I have a lot of respect for them. Pete Carroll's done a great job. This has been a season of change. And we've seen coaching staffs that have been able to do that, have allowed their teams to develop and to get ready for the end of the year, particularly for next season.
I look at USC and I just say, what if? What if they didn't have all these injuries? Would they have had the opportunity to go for a national championship? They felt today if they won big like they did, they may have an outside shot at an AP national championship, but it didn't matter. They're the most physical team. When they're all healthy, how physical they are and their speed, it causes all those turnovers, gives them those opportunities to win game. And you see the guys stepping into the end of the ball game, they go 4 deep.
And I think, you know, again, kind of a big picture question we'll ask next year about the Big Ten is where do they stand in terms of the perception and the reality of being there. Hey, you know what? Michigan carried the baton today for the Big Ten. Very, very impressive win for Michigan today.
But Michigan didn't last year. It's back-to-back years that USC has demolished a team from the Big Ten. And as Pete Carroll said it, he feels his team is as good as any team in the country right now. Hear that, LSU, and hear that, Ohio State. Brent Musburger back on the other side of this break.
Treadmill on.
Blinds closed.
Store open?
Not everything responds to your voice like Sync. Introducing Sync.
Play artists, The Strokes.
Voice activate your MP3 player, Bluetooth phone,
Call home.
Hello, and more. Sync, powered by Microsoft, exclusively on new Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury vehicles.
This spring, return to Augusta for the majesty, the splendor, and the tradition of one of the world's great events. First and second round coverage of the Masters, coming in April to ESPN.
You know, folks, there is something very, very special about college football. Every year we have so many surprises, and then we bring the curtain down at ESPN ABC here at the Rose Bowl, one of the grandest stages in all of American sport. The last few years, certainly, the stage has been owned by USC. They earned it today with an overpowering performance. But I would like to thank our entire crew for just marvelous work all season long. From the camera guys outside, from the technicians on the inside, the replay guys, the director and the producer. They make it real easy to be the front man for one of the best packages in all of sports. Once again, 49-17, the men of Troy prevail over Illinois. Coming up next, just for laughs in its entirety, except on the West Coast. For Kirk Herbstreit, Lisa Salters, I'm Brent Musburger, saying so long from Pasadena. Thanks for watching ESPN on ABC. Happy New Year, everybody.
This has been a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.
Pilot said we were over 1,000 miles off course.
Who's this? I'm one of the survivors of Oceanic Flight 815.
Are we really going home?
Yeah, we're really going home.
Rescuing your people, can't really say it's our primary objective.
Then what is?
Whatever they came for, it isn't us.
You want to know why we're here? I'll tell you why we're here. Let go of it!
Every single living person on this island will be killed.
No! What are you doing?
Same thing I've always done, Kate. Surviving. We made a mistake. We were not supposed to leave. We have to go back, Kate. We have to go back!
Lost, The Return. Thursday, January 31st on ABC.